Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning and welcome to the July 10th meeting of the DRB. I apologize for having to start a little bit later today. Let's get started. We have a number of items on we're still waiting for another member who should be here very shortly, but I just wanted to get going with items that didn't need a quorum of 5. So let's get started with the first item, DRB. Oh no, I guess we need to swear everybody in.
Do you want to go first, or?
I just for attendance purposes, I'm gonna announce that member Mayra Butagaboli is absent, and member Akil Lester is on his way. He should be here shortly, and Adam Meshberg is absent. Okay, on to you.
Good morning, everyone. Today's meeting of the Design Review Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format with a quorum of the board physically present in the commission chambers at the Miami Beach City Hall, and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via the Zoom platform webinar. In order to participate in today's meeting, those wishing to participate via the Zoom platform webinar may dial 888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 822-7394-1924, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 822-7394-1924. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. Now, before I will swear in those that will be testifying today, I'm going to read into the record the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You do not have to register as a lobbyist in 3 limited circumstances. 1, if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party. 2, if you're testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information. 3, if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance to express support of or opposition to any item. Now, expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations still have to, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist as well. Now, these rules apply whether you are appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. Now, I'm going to go ahead and swear in those who are physically present today. And if we will have any testimonies via Zoom, I will swear them in at the time of their testimony. All right, please stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will be giving us proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, you may proceed. Madam Chair, all to you.
Thank you. Let's proceed with, I guess, the approval of the minutes.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a motion and a second to?
I'll move to approve minutes.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Favor.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Minutes pass. And then we have a few items that are being requested for continuance. The first one is item DRB 25-1086. That item, the applicant was not able to make it today, so they have requested that the item be continued to the September meeting. The item will also be, the item was noticed in the newspaper and online. The mail notice and the posting did not go out, so we will be renoticing the item for the September meeting. So no action is necessary because it will be renoticed. The next item that is being requested for a continuance is DRB 25-1089. That's 1601 West 24th Street. The applicant is making a few modifications to their proposal, so they have requested that the item be continued to the September meeting so that they can submit some revisions. On that one, we will need a vote.
Make a motion to continue.
Second, I'll second that.
Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. And then there's an item, DRB 25-1080, that's 6788 Collins Avenue. This was an item that came before the board in May for it's a shopping center in the North Beach area. The board requested additional information for landscaping, lighting, additional information on flooding. The applicant has since hired a new architect to help them with these issues. And so they were not able to submit in time for today's meeting. The item was continued to today's meeting. Because of that, they're requesting that the item be continued to the September 11th meeting as well.
Okay, great.
Make a motion.
So, motion.
Second.
Okay.
And beforehand, I'd like to comment on that property. I went by the other day, and it really does need a new architect, so I'm glad to see that.
Excellent.
In favor.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. All right. And that's it for continuances.
Okay, great. So I'd like to call our first application, DRB 241077, 6625 Brevity Lane and 6626 Sheffield Lane.
This application is requesting design review approval for the new construction of a two-story residence, including one or more waivers, to be developed on a vacant lot. The site is located in the RS3 zoning district, and the unit size proposed is 11,303 square feet, which is 43%, where 50% is the maximum allowed. The applicant is proposing to construct a new two-story residence on a true lot located on Lagos Island, with frontages on Brevity Lane and Sheffield Lane. The applicant is requesting a design waiver for height. The proposed residence is comprised of two buildings and is designed in the neoclassical style of architecture. The application includes a request for a design waiver pertaining to the height of the residence. The maximum building height for the slope roof in the RS3 zoning district, as measured from midpoint of the slope, is 27 feet. However, the DRB may approve a waiver for an additional 3 feet of height. The applicant is seeking the additional 3 feet in order to construct the main home at a height of 30 feet. The subject site contains a lot area of 26,250 square feet, which is 160% above the minimum lot area required for the RS3 lots. And it is more similar to lots in the RS2 zoning district, where the maximum allowed building height is 31 feet to the midpoint of the slope roof. The subject property meets these larger lot area thresholds and is under the maximum allowed zoning for both lot coverage and unit size. Staff is supportive of the design with the requested design waiver for height and recommends approval of the application. With this, I leave the applicant.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant. Oliver Lloyd is the applicant. His flight home to Miami Beach was canceled last night, so he couldn't make it today. He apologizes in advance, but asked us to go forward anyways, because he's urgent to go ahead and get the approval and keep on moving. I'm also here with Zeb Jaros. I've worked with Zeb for over 20 years. It's been a blessing to work with Zeb. His signature style is neoclassical architecture, which makes it a refreshing style for y'all to consider. And last but not least, my colleague, Michael Yiannopoulos. Pull up the presentation. Next slide. Next slide. So the property is on the western side of Lagos Island. It's a double lot between Brevity Lane and Sheffield Lane, so it has double frontage. It's an anomaly based upon its size. It's 26,000 square feet, which is enormous for Miami Beach standards. Next slide. The property is in a single-family zoning district, so of course it's surrounded by single-family homes. No surprise there. Next slide. So in the RS3 district, the maximum permitted height as a general rule is 27 feet. But the City Commission recognized that there are certain properties that are zoned RS3 that are more similar in their characteristics and their size to RS2. So the minimum lot size for RS2 is 18,000 square feet. So the City Commission basically did a compromise and said, okay, if you're zoned RS3, but your minimum lot size is 18,000, you can go to the DRB and request a height waiver, because clearly when you're getting to be that large, you have the additional size to accommodate some additional height. So that's why the City Commission empowered you a few years ago to grant this waiver request to go from 27 to a maximum of 30 feet. Next slide. So the waterfront lots in LaGorce Island are all zoned RS2. The minimum lot size there is 18,000. All the interior lots are zoned RS3, where the minimum is 10,000 square feet. Next slide. So again, the property size here is over 26,000 square feet, and the City Commission has empowered you all to grant this height waiver. Next slide. At 10,000 square feet, it's small in RS3, but that's what it is. And at 26,000, we're much larger than that. We're 2.5 times really the minimum lot size for RS3. Our proposed height of 30 feet is a modest 3-foot increase over the 27 feet in height and below the 31-foot maximum allowed in RS2, which are the waterfront lots. The subject property is actually 8,000 square feet larger than the minimum lot size in the RS2 zone. Next slide. We looked at the built environment of LaGorce Island. We calculated the average lot size. So in the waterfront lots, the average lot size is 25,000 square feet. The average lot size of the interior lots is 13,000 and change. At 26,000, we even exceed the average lot size of the waterfront lots. So clearly we fit this exception that the City Commission has empowered you all to consider these height waiver requests for RS3 lots that are substantially larger than the typical RS3 lot. I'd now like to invite Zeb Jaros up, and he's going to walk you through his beautiful design for this home.
Good morning. Zeb Jaros. I represent my firm, Jaros Architects. We're commissioned by Mr. Oliver Lloyd to design the house, design also the interiors, and also do the construction. So it's a package, and I am proud of this work. And I very much, in lengthy conversation with the client, we were looking at the different options of the different styles, and we decided with my recommendations to go with the more neoclassical style. LaGorce is unique in that respect, that majority of Miami Beach, you see a Mediterranean revival, you see streamline modern, you see Art Deco, of course modern, but LaGorce has a certain touch of reminiscent of Regency style architecture, more classical architecture. Therefore, I perceive that this house has certain intellectual connection to the island in the design style. On the other hand, the interiors are quite contemporary. So it's my design philosophy as well, that creating something that is lasting as far as connection to history and precedence and scale, and more contemporary interiors. Nevertheless, the design of the house, the lot is complicated in itself because right in the middle, because those were originally 2 lots, there is a 10-foot easement. So we are limited also how much I could really push the house away from the front to diminish the scale of the house. Oh, we have succeeded. The house is right now, the garages are at the minimum setback, which is 20, but the main structure, the 2-story structure, is 55 feet away. On the other hand, the structure that it faces the brevity, which is a pool house, casita, whichever way you would call it, is only 1 story. So it doesn't create any impact on the neighborhood. If you look at my original rendering of the front, if you could go back for a second, you can see that actually the portion of the roof, that the height of the tie beam, of the cornice of frieze, whatever you would call, is only at 25 feet, which is more than acceptable. If I would be allowed under the present zoning to go with a flat roof. The section of the roof visually that is projecting, and by the way, the rendering is taken like you are standing at the gate looking from the street, is relatively minuscule. If I were to have to lower that roof and lower the house, my roof will completely disappear, which I think that would be detrimental to the aesthetics. I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Do you want to take us through some of the
Oh,
other
yes,
features?
absolutely. Right, if you go, right, this is another shot of the front. As you can see, the one-story garage. The rear facade is, I think, a little bit more contemporary. You see the expanses of glass are it's more casual, more relaxed, but still retaining certain elements of classical architecture. And then keep going. Reciprocal of it, you have the one-story structure that faces the brevity, almost a bookend with the same language. Can we keep going? Okay, this is from Brevity Lane. Very simple structure, softened also by elements of planters and landscaping. We've done quite a few projects on Lagos. This is the best. Again, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, does that conclude your presentation? Anything else?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other members of the public wishing to speak? Is there anyone online?
Anybody online, please raise your hand. Yes, we do have Ryan's iPhone B VCV 2.
Hi, Ryan, can you hear us?
Yeah,
I need to swear you in really quickly before you proceed, please.
sure.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You may proceed. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Ryan Shinman. I live directly across the street. I'm 41 Lagorce, so the back of my property faces directly into Mr. Lloyd's. And I just wanted to say how much I am in favor of the design, the architecture, and everything that they're trying to do. I think it's going to be an unbelievable addition to what was a falling down, unlived in house for probably almost a decade. And I'm also on the board of Lagorce Island. I'm not speaking on behalf of the board, just as a resident, but I can tell you how excited that not only myself and the family at 41 Lagorce, but the other neighbors are excited for Mr. Lloyd and his family to be joining us, and having this wonderful architecture and this wonderful property be built over the next few years. So I'm fine and in favor with this variance that they're asking for.
Thank you very much for calling in and sharing your opinion. Anybody else?
We have no other members with their hands raised.
Okay, great. I'm now closing the public portion and opening it up to the board to make any comment. Anyone start?
Short, sweet, and to the point. I think you've really, truly captured the neighborhood like no other. I mean, this is so exciting to see beautiful architecture that so respects where it's going, and it will look like it has always been there. So I'm fully supportive of it. And the roof is exactly what you said. In fact, you would expect a bigger pitch on that roof, but it looks you did a beautiful job.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say the same. Beautiful design, and I appreciate the pool house and how that faces.
I'm blushing.
Yeah, so I'm in favor as well. I think that this is a needed waiver, and you meet the criteria. So, and yeah.
Thank you. Okay, good.
All I say is a timeless design that looks beautiful.
Thank you.
I have no
Yeah.
negative to say about it.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I'm glad that you brought up the context, because I was thinking a lot about how there's a certain sensibility on this island that you don't really have. I mean, I feel like you used to have it a lot in North Bay Road, and it's been replaced. So I agree. I think that this is really beautiful. I don't like height waivers, and so I had a little bit of concern with that. But honestly, the neighbor calling in and saying that everyone is really excited about this project, and it's not something that, is getting in the way or has come up. I think that it looks like with the design, it'll be absorbed into the property and into the environment. How does it work with easements? Is it just the city, if they need to, they're allowed to go onto the property, or?
They're usually for utilities. I think in this case, it's for electricity, an electrical easement for, most of the electrical lines used to run through the backyards. I guess now they're probably being moved underground in most of these situations. Yeah, so FPL has the ability to go in there and maintain their easement and do any electrical work.
I'll be happy to answer as well. That area is strictly landscaped. We may have some removable stepping stones or something to that effect, but it is, we'll be signing all the necessary documents of.
But it's like a no man's land. You can't put any permanent structure within
Right.
the easement. It's like.
Right. And then this property, it wasn't, I guess, lotted into one property, like it still has two addresses? Don't usually,
There are two addresses. I believe the main address used to be Sheffield Lane, and the applicant is moving the main address to Brevity Lane. But they have the ability to do that.
okay. The only, and like I said, I think it's beautiful, the only thought I had is, I was wondering, and I very much like the style, and in the pool, or not the pool, yeah, I guess the pool house, the smaller building that's facing, is it Sheffield?
Sheffield.
No,
Brevity.
Brevity.
City.
You have this sort of cascading greenery, and I was thinking that I was wondering why you added that. I'm trying to get a picture of it in front of me. Only because I personally think it sort of takes away from the design. Like, I think that if that wasn't there, I just don't think it's necessary.
I fully agree. To the contrary, we were trying to introduce it to maybe even soften the impact, but I agree. I think that that's an unnecessary expense and maintenance and potential water leak.
Yeah, I agree, and I think because there's so many, well, maybe I think it's the other one, that side too, but
That
on
one may
that
be
side.
facing the main house, having that maybe a little bit of a planter, softening that, I think, but on
The other
the street
side.
side, no.
Yeah, I don't think you need it on the street side because you have so
No,
many,
no. Absolutely.
volumes. Yeah, that was my only recommendation.
We're
That
trying to guess the neighbors, but I guess we have.
We can remove that.
no,
that's fine.
I think too. If you have all the planters and the roof line is so pretty and with the cornices, and so I think that it also I think it takes away from the style. I feel like that sort of hanging planter you see on much more contemporary designs. So yeah, but other than that, I think it was lovely, and
Thank
I think
you.
it's gonna be a good addition to the neighborhood.
Thank you so much.
Any other comments, or does anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. Actually, one more comment. We didn't even get to the finishes and the textures and the materials are.
We have it here.
I see them. No, they're stunning. They're so on point for everything. The railings, all of it.
Very, very simple. I
Yeah.
call it like an Italian opera term,
Yeah.
sotto voce.
It's really lovely. Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the height waiver.
I'll second that.
Did you want to include a recommendation on the removal of the?
Yeah, of the hanging greens. I don't know
hanging
what you
greens?
call that, or the planter.
Friendly amendment?
A friendly amendment. Yeah. Though I mean, it
accept?
seems
I'm
like
fine with that. I'm
And
fine with
I
it.
fully concur.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
Okay, remove greens.
Oh, but I guess we were making
To
a
include it
motion
in the
on
motion.
on the
So we're
height
making a
waiver.
motion on the height variance first, so that's
It's not a, this is
Oh,
a
it's a
waiver,
waiver.
so you can.
Oh, we can do it all
yeah,
at once.
You can do it
waiver.
all together.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you want to rephrase
Okay,
that?
so I would like to rephrase that and say I approve the waiver for the height variance. I make a motion to approve that and would ask that you remove the planter on the street-facing side of
Absolutely,
the
it will
pool
be my
house.
pleasure.
Okay.
Okay. All those, and so we have a motion by Mr. Diffenderfer, second by Ms. Lewin. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next we have DRB 25-1095, 6 and 7 Ferry Lane.
This application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new three-story residence on 2 lots to replace an existing single-family home, including a connection through an air rights easement above a portion of a right-of-way adjacent to Ferry Lane. The application also includes a request for variances from the required front yard setbacks for 6 Ferry Lane and 7 Ferry Lane, and 1 or more waivers.
Okay, so this is an application, as Alejandro stated, it's for 2 lots. The lots are separated by an alleyway, and the city commission recently granted an air rights easement allowing them to connect the 2 sides of the road via a bridge that basically extends the home over the right-of-way. So as a result, they are requesting 2 variances in order to allow for that, 2 setback variances. One is a setback of the front yard, and one is a setback of a side facing a street, and that's to allow for that structure to encroach into the setback and span the right-of-way so that the 2 sides of this block can be unified into one. So it is 2 lots. They don't need a variance for unifying the lot or anything like that. At the ground level, the right-of-way will still exist. It basically, it's not a through street, but cars in the city will have access to that area at the ground level. The home is in a contemporary style. The ground level will consist of 2 parking areas on the ground floors, and then a pool deck facing the waterfront. The upper levels will be where the main part of the home is, and it will span the right-of-way. It is a 3-story structure. The applicant has proposed its very nice design. However, there are some concerns that staff has regarding the materials. The plans indicate the types of materials that they will be using. However, the plans are not clear as to where those materials will be located. So staff does recommend some conditions to ensure that the visual quality of the home is consistent with what's being represented in the renderings. And so we want items that are to be clarified, and they can do this subject to the review and approval of staff as part of the building permit process. And so that includes the painted stucco finish color and location, exterior tile cladding, large format color and location, aluminum mullions and columns covers color and location, the details of the impact glass railing, handrail finish, the window horizontal louver materials and color, the exterior ceiling projecting sidewalls materials and color, the dark gray walls, columns, and planters materials and color. So we want those details to be elaborated on as part of the building permit process. The home incorporates changes in planes, draping plants, voided spaces, which soften the structure and provide some dynamic movement in the structure. So it's an interesting home. Regarding the 2 variances, this does represent a hardship and a practical difficulty, given that the City Commission did grant them the air rights to use over the right-of-way, so they have no choice but to seek these variances. And staff is supportive of the granting of the variances. Staff is supportive of the design, subject to the conditions that the materials be refined further. And staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached order.
Good morning, Joseph Pardo, Pardo Law PLLC, 1205 Lincoln Road, Miami Beach. I want to start by saying we are in full support of the recommendations of staff, including the clarifications and conditions on the application, and we would welcome those as part of any board approval. I'd like to introduce our team. We have our principal designer, James McDonald, architect of record, Andres Holman, and also Mr. Colley, our landscape architect. The owner comes to you with the unanimous support of the City Commission. We passed on 2 readings the air rights easement. We come with a cosign of the city administration, the city manager, on our application, the support of almost 80% of Ferry Lane unit owners. And at this time, I want to introduce a second letter of support from our immediate next door neighbor, Steve Rhodes, who has indicated his full support for this application.
Thank you.
The owner purchased 2 parcels with the intent to acquire an air rights easement from the city of Miami Beach over the public right-of-way that ends at the end of Ferry Lane. There's an FPL vault right at the end of the block there. So we approached the city to inquire what that process would look like. They obtained an appraisal. We went to the finance department, the FERC committee, and we were able to negotiate with the city a premium of 50% above the fair market value of those air rights. As part of our application, that recommendation went to the City Commission, where we passed unanimously twice. We've coordinated with BIRA, the Belle Isle Residents Association, and the public benefit that we're giving to the city of Miami Beach, in part is going to go to a dog park on Belle Isle, and the other portion of the funds we anticipate will go to improving Ferry Lane. We're not seeking any increase in FAR. We're not seeking any increase in height or density, even though this is a multifamily zone district. It's a single-family home. And at this point, I want to turn it over to Mr. McDonald to walk you through the property, the design, and inquire any questions you have.
Thank you, Joe. It's an honor to be here today. Thank you for having me. We're about to present a very unique home for the neighborhood, and it has its challenges with having the two separate lots and then bridging over and trying to make that feel cohesive and feeling like a residential single-family house. To our right is going to be the development of the Standard Hotel, so they're building up next to us, and then Steve Rhodes to the left of our cover page here, 8 Ferry Lane, they're also building up. As Joe mentioned, we're located on a dead-end road between the two lots with an FPL transformer vault located on the Standard side of the road. That dictated the height of the bridge in which we wanted to cross between the two properties. We needed to allow ample height for FPL trucks to get under, maneuver, operate, which is a total height of 17 feet clear from the road. So if we flip to the 4th page, I have a different presentation here. Let me find it. Okay, so you can see here, Casa Bell is what we're calling it, 7 and 6 Ferry Lane. To the right, as I mentioned, is the Standard Hotel and the development that they're doing. And to the left, Steve Rhodes, they're building up to the allowable height, which is 55 feet, which is 5 feet freeboard and 50 feet of height. My apologies. Let's get through the neighborhood here. At the ground floor here, you can see 6 Ferry Lane to the left and 7 to the right, which is on the water with a dead-end lane in between. On the left-hand side, we're going to have a garage and service elevator and stairs. And to the right is an open-air covered parking, which takes you up to the understory and into the foyer of the house, where we'll have another lift and stairs going up into the main portion of the house with a pool and jacuzzi along the water's edge.
Excuse me a second. This is the presentation. Is that also what you gave us? I'm trying to follow along.
It's not. I apologize. No, this is the submittal we made to the city.
Why don't we walk through this here?
Walk through this one. Okay.
Either one. But anything, any sort of hard copy that you have to walk through, it also needs to be available. You know,
I could put it up on the screen.
Yeah, like there's no way to, unless you have this in a digital. that
We
you
do,
can,
it's this reorganized,
Right.
but we can plug it in if that's necessary.
Whatever, I don't know, whatever conveys the information in a way that's accessible to anybody who's
Please
watching.
do not plug anything into the laptop. Was the presentation submitted via email?
I don't believe it was submitted, it was just finished yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to,
Okay, that's fine.
that
Yeah, I
laptop
could
is locked.
continue
We'll go through
with the
this.
one on the screen, if that's
Not a
okay.
problem.
And so which one is this on the screen? So again, we can.
These are our architecture plan submissions.
Okay. Let
I
me,
made a
the 54-page document that you guys
Mm-hmm.
submitted? Okay, just so we can follow along.
Not a problem, thank you.
Okay.
So again, at the ground floor, we have on the left-hand side, 6 Ferry Lane, the garage with service elevator and stairs. On the right, we have open-air covered parking and the understory of the house, which takes you into the foyer with a pool and jacuzzi on the water side. Second floor is a living level with kitchen, bedrooms, laundry room. Second floor is the media space, movie theater overlooking the living room below and additional guest bedrooms. And then the next level up is the primary suite, rooftop, terrace, and spa. And then the uppermost level is just a roof deck with a small jacuzzi. everything being proposed is within the allowable height, no additional FAR. Here's a diagram on the screen that represents the portion of the house that is over the right-of-way, which is in the center here, and then off to the right, we show a portion of the house that exceeds the ground floor setback of 20 feet out towards the road to connect to that bridge, and then on the left-hand side, 6 Ferry Lane, we show the portion of house that overlaps that side yard setback up above. And in plan form, we're highlighting the portion of the house over the lane below, as well as the portion of the house that overhangs from setback to air rights and purchased air. Color palette, the only thing missing here on this screen is the wood louvers, which I'll show you in the renderings. So we're trying to maintain a simple palette of the white stucco, black mullions, a nice natural stone, and then the wood louvers, which you'll see here. From a water perspective, this is looking out towards the house from the water. Again, we're below the allowable height requirement by just a few feet. From a street level perspective pulling up to the house, this is what you'll see approaching the house here with the understory, the bedrooms up above, that bridge between the two properties, and then these wood louvers and details to give privacy to some of the circulation that we have. Anywhere we have stairs, we tried allowing glass for light to come into the home, and then providing those wood louvers for privacy and shade. Some working drawings. Flip to the renderings, that'll give you a good sense. So here's a rendering elevation of the house from the street side. Again, on the left-hand side is 6 Ferry Lane, then the bridge above, and then 7 Ferry Lane. This is if you're at the Standard Hotel looking directly east at the side. We're trying to introduce planters along these elevations to allow for privacy and also just to give the house a lighter feel. This is kind of an aerial perspective, again, from the Standard side looking southeast. And then this is an aerial perspective looking southwest. Again, these louvers are providing privacy for the circulation of the home. Then anywhere we have exposed glass, we're trying to provide planters in front for just a lighter feel. And that concludes this PDF package.
Trying to catch up and make sure that you're okay.
The package you have in front of you may also reflect some of the landscape architecture elements that were included in Mr. Colley's landscape plans.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I noticed that there was a lot of that.
Can I just, the
Yeah.
packet that was submitted, is that consistent with the,
Yes.
the application?
It's just rearranged in a new order.
Okay.
Okay. Is there? Well, I guess if we have questions about the landscape, you're available. It's not like there's a part of the presentation, or we don't need that right now. Okay. Okay. Does that conclude
Yes.
the overview? Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak? Anyone here? Anyone online?
Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak
we have
online.
somebody in the chamber. Please come forward. State your name. Have you been sworn in?
No.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving as proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Rabbi Shmuel Mann. I'm the rabbi at the synagogue right at the end of the block, 14 Ferry Lane. And I think it's a beautiful project. It will really enhance the street. It will enhance the neighborhood. And me and my congregation think it's an amazing project. And thank you all for your help.
Thank you very much. Is anybody online?
You have no hands raised online.
Okay, no one else here? Okay, great. I'm now concluding the public portion of the presentation, opening it up to the board. I know Gabe already had a question And I have the same question too about the air rights. What was your, well, just what was your question in particular? Or
Well, my thing is, sorry, my concern is if the commission approves this, right, and kicks it off to us to make the decision, why don't they just approve it to begin with?
No, I think they did approve the air rights. The air rights have been sold.
The air rights have not been sold. There is
Oh.
an agreement in principle with the city commission, and we have attached to the resolution the air rights easement, the form of the easement, which has conditions. One of those conditions is that we obtain DRB approval. And the city, in order to express its support for the application, approved on the resolution the economic terms of the air rights easement purchase. And the city manager has co-signed our application to indicate that it's consistent with the city comprehensive plan and that the easement, if it was approved by the DRB, would otherwise be legally accessible and appropriate. So from a design perspective, this is your show, but from a legal, economic, and business perspective, the commission and the city manager are in agreement of the proposal.
So it's and then we're supposed to decide to agree to sell you the air rights?
No.
Or
No, on the design.
Only the design, but I want to reassure this board that the air rights easement side of the equation has already been taken care of.
It's been taken care of, but it hasn't.
No money has traded hands, nothing.
But I mean, has the city given them the air rights?
No.
No, it's dependent upon our approving the design.
That's correct.
I
Okay.
see, I see. And so
Gotcha.
with the easements, not the easements, the variances with the encroachment, so if we say that we don't want to have that, you can't, the waiver, or whatever it is, you can't encroach upon that the whole thing would fall apart.
If I may, the variance that we're seeking is not with respect to the air rights easement. It's that,
Right,
if I'm,
right.
correct me if I'm mistaken, the columns that are necessary to support the easement encroach
Right.
on the setback.
Right, if we believe that it's not appropriate to have it encroached on the setbacks, then it wouldn't go through.
It wouldn't go through, they would likely, I mean, they could appeal,
Right,
but
right.
yes.
I'm just
they-
trying to
yeah.
understand what we're here to do and what the repercussions are or aren't, or, because this is an interesting new territory.
Yes,
I think,
yeah.
for all of us. Okay, did that answer, is that any more questions that we have? Is there anything else that you wanted to add about this sort of interesting air rights?
We've had a few in the past. There was where the Trader Joe's is, they have an air rights easement to span over an alley. We had a project, it hasn't been built yet, on Alton Road where Epicure used to be. It's an office building, I believe it was a Norman Foster design. They have an air rights easement. And so we have had a few situations for these types of easements. I haven't seen it in a residential district before. This is the first time I see it with a residential district, and where we're going to have actual habitable space over the easement. Usually, in the case of the Trader Joe's, it's just parking deck going over the easement. So this is the first time I see interior air-conditioned space. So it's an interesting concept. But there is a precedent for doing this type of an easement.
Interesting.
And if I may, the habitable space that's inside of the air rights easement, even with that, we're within the FAR limit, density limit, so we're not seeking it, and we're not seeking to take advantage of the zoning code because of the air rights easement.
Right, so basically, even with that additional square footage that you're adding over the road, the public road, it's still within the size. Okay,
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
right. So so if you had just built two separate houses, they could have been even bigger, or taller, or whatever.
That's exactly right.
Right, okay, it's just distributing it. Okay, okay, I'm sure it'll come, thank you, it's complicated. Okay, any other specific questions, or who would like to begin the discussion about the design?
I have a question. So did you say it was single-family use?
Single family. The zoning in the area is multifamily, which is a separate conversation, but this is a single-family home.
Six-bedroom house.
Single family, because I saw, maybe this was just a rendering, I saw like a sign on like page 50. There's like a little ad, like a Casa Bella sign, which made me question that it was gonna be single family.
That was just the name of the house.
There's, okay, you're just naming the house, okay. And I mean, this may just be a product of the circumstances of the having to have this catwalk.
That was an attempt to make it feel more like you're approaching the front of a house rather than driving under the side of a house.
Okay. Okay, that was my only question right now. If somebody else has a comment, feel free.
Why didn't you try to just get the street itself? Is it because of the pole?
No, there's an FPL vault at the end of the block. so
And that's the
FPL
reason you
truck
didn't
still
take the
needs
street?
access. Correct.
Right, okay. Let me ask you, what about the precedent of these air rights, though? There are other issues in residential, this is a residential area. It's not a commercial alley, it's a street. What are the implications if the neighbor next door wants to do it and the neighbor on Century Lane wants to do it?
So these are case-by-case basis. I don't think it sets a precedent in any way, shape, or form. This is a unique case where you have a dead end up against the backside of a large hotel structure, the standard hotel building. So it is a unique case where you have this dead end street that backs into the backside of essentially a commercial building. So I don't think it sets a precedent that the other properties on Belle Isle can do the same thing. I think this is a unique circumstance that the city commission thought was acceptable.
Although, I mean, right on the other side, you know, if you head east, the street dead ends in the same way with two properties. I guess that's
Yeah, that's my
Scott's
question.
point. And also, I'm thinking there are other areas in the city where you have residential areas that have a dead end, like along North Bay Road. You know, I mean, I do think that that's a real concern of, are we now going to start seeing encroachment, you know, applications where suddenly these public spaces and the public access, you know, gets occluded and privatized? I mean, I personally think that's a big concern. You know, as a resident of the city, I can understand if the commercial structure with, you know, a parking lot, that makes sense to me because it's still fairly public. But yeah, I have the same sort of, also, because I went yesterday because I had to see how this was gonna fit. And, I mean, it is really tight. You need that little street there, not just for the access for FP&L, but also coming down the street and then turning around. It's so small, there's no other way to do it.
How many square feet is the total house? Because I couldn't see that on that.
I believe it's 11,000.
No, AC, it was 8,800, I believe.
So we're looking at a market value of 35 million maybe? I'm just curious because the city got 800,000 for it. And I know the Belle Isle Residents Association, I heard none of this. I live in the neighborhood and I knew none of this was going on. Was a donation made to the Chabad House for support?
No, let me address that directly. The Belle Isle Residents Association and I got together and discussed at the encouragement of Commissioner Dominguez. No money has traded hands, no donations to the Chabad House have been given, and no monies have been given to anybody yet. If and when the easement is approved, a public benefit will be given to the city of Miami Beach and no other entity, only to the city of Miami Beach. Commissioner Dominguez, at the commission hearing that approved this, suggested that $300,000 of the public benefit ought to be set aside for the new dog park on Belle Isle, and the remaining funds she encouraged ought to be used for the improvement of Ferry Lane. None of that, of course, has been decided. All of that is still subject to staff approval and the like.
All right, so we're a short thing today. I just have to be honest with you. I would suggest continuing this only because I can't, in my good conscience, without speaking to the commission, I mean, I'm pretty shocked that they gave this for this price, for this precedent, for this property.
If I can walk you through the process, we engaged almost a year and a half ago in appraisal. There was a planning analysis done. CBRE came back with an appraisal. We went to the finance committee. It was publicly noticed. We're paying a 50% premium above the fair market value of those air rights. That recommendation went and passed unanimously twice at the commission.
I understand. I don't think that necessarily air rights and market value of real estate and the money that your client's going to receive, if this is approved, it's a huge windfall that would not be there. And again, not my job. I'm just saying I can, in good conscience, approve the variances to get this project going forward, and we don't have you need
If I
5
can
people.
understand your specific concern with respect to the variance that's requested, I'm not sure that I see the connection between the variance and the
No, I
economics
think he's
of the
just
deal.
trying to sort of do this due diligence.
Yeah, no,
and, you know,
I'm
this
just
is what we're
thinking,
here
because
for,
in
to be
general, we have
responsible.
the same situations in, let's face it, we're, on the other side of Ferry Lane, you have the same situation. And on the other side of Century Lane, you have the same situation. And we had people there that tried to put 3 lots together, and staff was supportive, which was shocking to some of us. And then their Forever Home is now on the market for $15 million. So I know the price, I know the cost, I know the market value of real estate, of built real estate. It's gigantic on the waterfront. And connecting those 2 lots, to none of yours, you guys did everything what you should have done. I'm just saying, it's that we're in this situation, and I heard nothing about this, and I'm on the design review board, and I'm in the neighborhood and was pretty active. I don't know what kind of outreach the commission did or the Fellow Residents Association, but I didn't know any of this. And I think it's a bad precedent, but I also think the city completely undersold itself for something like this. And so I'm not saying, maybe I don't even have the right to do it, but I can say that I wouldn't vote for a variance in this meeting, and there's only 5 of us here.
Right.
So rather than say, I'm not gonna deny it, I'm saying, I think it's a good idea to get continuance, because I can't, in my good conscience, knowing what I know, vote on the variances. I'm just being honest with you.
He's just
And
saying, yeah.
I don't hate the design, you guys, I'm not saying anything negative about what you're putting forward. You did what you paid to do, and I understand and I appreciate it, and I don't think there's anything below board there, but I just am telling you that I couldn't vote for a variance on something like this right now.
Yeah, no, I think, he just wants some more information that's beyond the scope of right here, right now, what's being provided. I would also say too, and I know you didn't discuss this in your presentation, on the one hand, as I mentioned before, I am concerned about a precedent and selling, public air rights, all of that sort of thing. But also, on the other hand, I could see, as I was looking at your design and just really sort of studying it and asking myself, what are the ideas behind this and all of that, I do see that, and if you want to bring up, I guess it's on all the materials you provided us, you didn't designate like north, south, east, west. So, but it is, I think it's A7, which is just the street view of, a rendering of the street view. It's very obvious to me, and I think that we've come across again and again how is it? Oh no, it's this one.
It's 50, page 50 on the architectural plans.
Yes. So, we've seen now quite a number of presentations or applications for projects on these two, on Ferry Lane and on Century Lane, and the conditions of the zoning do present. We've seen lots of structures that are very awkward. And one of the things that for me, and you can correct this, as I was looking at this design, I was thinking, he's really doing a good job. A lot of the critique has been massiveness. And this seems like here, these are tiny, these are small lots, there's no sidewalk, it's very tight. And so everything seems so massive. And so one of the things that I recognized is this design does allow you, it seemed to me like you were working with 3 very different volumes in a way that would help break up that massive. Is that something, was that intentional?
That's absolutely correct, yeah. I mean, we have the right to build, all the way up on this elevation we're looking at. That whole top floor could be AC space if we wish. But instead, I'm trying to play with the massing and have it feel like smaller structures with that bridge in between, and then the 7 Ferry Lane house almost like 2 separate structures with that appendage in between. For that purpose, to make it feel less massive.
Well, and that which I think is a good, again, that's responsive to a lot of the stuff that's come up in the conversations that we've had with other applications. So on the one hand, the only way you're able to do that is to get the air rights and to have that. So I'm a little bit conflicted about, where, to Scott points, but I'm not quite sure. I'm curious to see, what the other board members would say. I have some other comments about the design. I don't know if we should go there or if there's anything that anybody else has to add about the air rights situation, or should just continue. Oh, yeah.
I just want to ask, you said the square footage was 11,000, I'm seeing total AC volume of 12,222 on A22. Is that correct, or is that an earlier version?
Sorry, where are you reading that?
So on the page A-2.2, it's saying the
Yeah, if-
volume above air rights is 18,690.
Sorry, that's cubic feet.
Cubic feet, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But then it says AC total volume 12,222 square feet.
That's cubic feet.
Oh, cubic feet.
Yeah. If you refer to the bottom left corner of that page,
So that's what you're counting, that's how this is on
we'll
the
go about
air rights.
appraising those
Yeah,
air rights,
yeah,
how
yeah.
much volume of that
Right.
air we were occupying.
Okay. So the house itself, though, the AC area of living area is 11?
No, the grand total, the bottom left corner of that page,
Oh,
is
okay.
8,000.
Okay, 8,000.
696.
Okay.
We were allowed to get 36,000 cubic feet on the air rights, and we are building only
Right.
12,000 and change
Right, okay.
on the air rights.
So the air rights basically go from the minimum height above the street to the maximum height of what's allowed there, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And again, that's all in an effort to keep the house feeling more in scale with the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. No, you did a good job with that.
Any other, yeah.
Listen, my problem here is the bridge and the air rights. And that's where I'm conflicted as well, because I don't mind it in a commercial area, but when you bring it into a residential area, it just, and we've denied it for one, and so I think, the best bet here is really to take what Mr. Diffenbach is suggesting and come back and.
I would love to understand from the board precisely what it is that you want us to come back to you with from either an economic dollar sense perspective, because it wasn't clear to me.
It's not for you, for me. So what I'm saying is, I'm not willing to vote on this, yes, and you need 5 people to get a variance. And that's what I'm saying. I'm trying not to tank your project.
Not at all, I
If
understand.
there are other people, and I need to speak. Again, I have to go back. I know this is a done deal as far as the process you went through with the air rights, but as a resident, I'm very concerned about the precedent it sets in the city. And I haven't spoken to a commissioner about it, and nobody ever approached me about it. So please don't take this as a personal assault to you. And I actually think the design is very nice. I really do. And, let me just give you some of my concerns. Air rights, the precedent, that's the biggest concern I have. And it's not just for Belle Isle, it's for everywhere in the city. I truly don't have a problem with commercial districts over alleys. That's a different thing. This is not an alley, it's a street. The other thing is, quite honestly, at this price for air rights, and I know you got valuation, you're getting a de facto carport in addition to what you have. And I know it's, technically not a thing, but if your next door neighbor who probably wants to do the same thing to his house, if he didn't like your project and called code enforcement every day when you parked your cars sticking out into that little street that's basically under your house and for all intents and purposes should be a carport for you. And that's why I didn't ask, but you have the
No,
FPL thing.
I appreciate that sincerely, and it's important for me to understand just so I know where
Yeah.
you're coming from. I want to just
Yeah.
let you know we have the support of both 5 and 8. Mr. Steve Rhodes on 8.
No, I know you do. I have no doubt.
Very
This whole neighborhood has turned into build as big as you can and get as much money, and I'm going to hold out until I do too. I know it's not the whole, in the zoning, it still pisses me off that no one's ever done anything to address these ridiculous lots. This is a problem that our planning department never took any of this seriously and just left a loophole for things like this that we always have to deal with. And so I just need to understand more. And you may get my vote, you may not, but I want you to have the real opportunity because I do not think it's a bad project, and I don't fault you for any of it. but I want to understand more what the commission was thinking, and I want to speak to them. I just do.
No, I appreciate that clarification.
Yeah,
Thank you.
for sure.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, no, I think that this is something new and something that I think we haven't really been, I don't know if we ever dealt with air rights before. Anyway, this is new territory for us, and I think many of us are sympathetic to Scott's concerns. I did want to ask, I did have some points about the design to mention, and I'm glad that you clarified. I was wondering why that understory was so tall, because it does seem a little bit out of proportion with things, so that is understandable clarification. I find it interesting, and I don't know, maybe it's on the updated materials, but it wasn't on the original materials that you submitted. I do find it interesting. One of the issues that I had with the design is that one side doesn't seem to, is so radically different than the other. The east versus the west elevation. And I find that I can see why in the east elevation, why you have the screening there for privacy. I find it interesting because I do know that, the standard is building a hotel room right there. Why, although those windows are so much closer to their new tower, why you didn't put any screening there?
Yeah, so to clarify, their floors are slightly offset from ours. So with then having the guest experience or a family experience living in those rooms, we wanted to allow in as much natural light as possible and allow screening of the planting to be more of that privacy connection. The balconies are not deep, but with the right glass on there, I think during the day, they'll have total privacy in those rooms. And at night, curtains.
Okay. And then what about that comment of the relationship between the two different sides? I mean, I also feel like the east elevation is very busy. You've got a lot going on. And then, yeah, I mean, overall, my impression is that there's just a lot of design choices that have been made that I don't really know, like I'm looking at the balconies on the rear and that, everything is very regular, but then the balconies facing the bay are, sort of in these irregular shapes, which again, doesn't really respond to anything else in the design. One of the things that stands out, the roof elements, I mean, it could be the renderings, but the roof elements really stand out, in particular, this very tall-looking elevator framing. And even, I wonder, too, if the screening around the air conditioning units, if that was maybe white as opposed to the wood color. Again, these aren't necessarily things that I want to be noticing.
Highlighting, sure.
So, and then there's not a lot of information, although you supplied a lot of information. There's we don't really know what this building is going to look like for the south-facing side. Do you have an elevation or do you have a rendering of the south-facing side, which, because there are so many low buildings, single-story homes there right now, is going to be seen?
Let me see what page this one is on. A7.2. This is the only elevation we have of that southern side.
A7. You said it's A7 to...
which is more middle of the deck
Oh, okay.
years.
Oh, I see. See, and then there's another irregular balcony on that side. Is this the only... do you don't have a, rather than a bird's eye view, a lower view of it, like what it would look like from the street?
Yeah, we have a technical one, but not a render one.
Not, even a technical one would be helpful. I'm just trying to get a sense of what that side looks like.
Right here. Apologize, it's somewhat light, but this is the south elevation.
Oh, yeah, it's a little hard to see.
That's A3.9.
Okay. Okay, give me a sense. Okay.
That's the fence.
And that's this.
Or then maybe do something that
I
is
see. Yeah, I mean, that's and, you know, I had a question too about the roof elements and all of the roof activations. It seems like there's a full kitchen up there.
No, that's just a grill area on the uppermost roof. That's a grill for dining and a small jacuzzi.
And there's no shade structures or anything?
Not fixed, no. We're trying to keep the height of the physical structure as low as we can.
As low as possible. And that's why you decided, though, but you still wanted to activate the roof.
Yes. And it's within the allowable percentage of square footage from the floor below.
Right. Are there zoning requirements of what, like, and they can put a permanent grill on the roof and all that? Yeah.
It's an allowable height exception, but they are within the height limit, so in
Right.
this case, it's not treated as a height exception.
So if they
Yeah.
wanted to, they could put a fixed awning sort of, or some sort of something there to do that, yeah, but you were saying you were concerned about, as opposed to just needing some shade while you're sitting there cooking and grilling. Okay, Akil, did you have?
Yeah, so 2 questions. On the roof deck level, the AC units that have the penthouse coverings or screenings, what kind of material is that going to be, or?
It'll give the appearance of wood, but we may change that to a white finish. It was most likely going to be an aluminum made to look like wood, to match the house. Similar in color to the wood in here.
Okay.
Yeah, I would also say that should be on the list that staff needs to review, that was also a material that was not listed anywhere. And were you thinking the same thing for the other wood elements that we
Yes,
see?
it'll all match in that tone. Yeah.
Even sort of like underneath
Correct,
the eaves, it's
yeah.
all gonna be an aluminum wood look, not actual wood.
That's to be
tile.
determined, whether it's real wood or aluminum made to look like wood, but it'll all have the same aesthetic.
Tone,
Yeah.
right, throughout. Okay, sorry.
It'd be nice to see that material if
Yeah.
you can. And then I really like the use of the planter boxes on each story, but there's a reason why it was not carried up to the roof level and
The
the
uppermost roof,
uppermost roof level,
again,
but-
just the weight of the building tends to get very heavy the higher you go up, so I was trying to get more delicate as we rose, so we went ahead and chose not to put any planters on the uppermost horizontal plane of the house, which are those roofs.
Okay.
And then also the material, I see on some of the railings that are glass, and then you have a band, is that also gonna be the aluminum, or is that gonna be a metal? Is that gonna be the wood look color, or?
Sorry, which element are you referring to? The cap rail?
Yes,
That would be a wood cap rail on top of that glass.
on top of the
Yeah.
glass. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, just since we're giving some design comments, it sounds like, we'll be coming back. Yeah, kind of going back to the planters, I felt a little bit of a disconnect with the elevation that faces the water. I feel like it needs some sort of softening element.
Okay.
It's a little inconsistent with the other facades. Like maybe that's planters. In a few spots, I realize you don't want to obstruct the view, and I can appreciate that, but it's just very stark to me compared to the other 3 facades. So if you could consider that when you come back. And I think Sarah mentioned this in passing as well, but the elevator shaft to me is kind of sticking out in a bad way, at least on the top floor. It kind of looks like a chimney and not in a good way. So maybe consider softening that as well. It's just this one black mass. But otherwise, I do, like everyone was saying with the massing overall with the building, I think it was a very creative approach, and it is generally working. There's just like a little fine tuning here and there that I think would really take this to the next level.
Thank you.
I also think too that, and I think this is, sort of piggyback on, I think the most successful elevation that you have is actually the one facing west. And in thinking about that, I think it's because that's the one that has the fewest decorative elements. And it all seems to be related and connected. I agree that the elevation that faces the bay, I do think it needs to be refined in some way. One of the things that really strikes me, and I understand why, but it's almost like the proportions are off, where you have this really big gap between the two balconies, and then it's narrower, and it's, I mean, like as a designer, proportions are really funny things where you just move something a little bit and suddenly it creates a completely different look and feel. I don't have any recommendations on how or why, but for me right now, when I'm looking at that rear elevation, which probably is going to be one of the most visible to the community, so it's something that, concerns us, I feel like that's something that needs to be, more cohesive, refined in some way. Maybe if you do something with the elevator shaft, maybe if you make it less prominent, it would seem, but right now it just feels like the breaks between the floors are just, it's just not, I don't, there's something about it that it sort of just needs a little bit of refinement.
Understood, yeah.
I wish I could be more articulate. I think maybe if the other architect was here, he'd be able to, but it just seems off. And I wonder too, as you're sort of working through, looking at the elevator, looking at some of these other design elements, if a better solution could be found. But yeah, I keep going back to that western elevation, and it makes me think that on the east-facing side, that on the one hand, I understand the reason for the screening, but again, like there's and I do think that it's a smart gesture to break it up into 3 different volumes. But if there's some way that it can be simplified in some way, or taken back, or whatever, and to have a better relationship, all 4 sides of the structure should feel like they're cohesive, with or without screening or whatever. And right now, I don't think you're conveying that in the way that I know that you could. And yeah, maybe on the back, if there were some planters, or maybe if there were less, whatever that is. But I do think that overall, again, this is going to be a really prominent structure. There's a lot that you have to do, so I can understand, and it's large. So yeah, those were just my general design refinement comments. I also wondered it seems like there's a lot of air-conditioned area in the understory. What was the programming for that?
The only air-conditioned program on the understory is the foyer of the house. The garage would not be air-conditioned, so it's really only one volume. If I go to the floor plan here of the ground floor.
Yeah, it looked like there was another sort of room.
That on the back side or the east side, that's a mechanical room.
For the elevator. Okay, I see.
We have a pool bath access from that understory, and then the foyer of the house. Any other spaces are non-AC, mechanical or garage or storage.
Okay. Yeah, just again, like didn't see a lot of info about that. Oh, and the other thing too on that floor, I noticed that the area, it was hardscape, or it was pervious surface, or it was impervious surface, and I was just wondering, why isn't that a requirement, as much pervious surface as possible? Let me see if I can find the drawing that I think it was with the landscaping. Sorry. There was some diagram that you had that showed impervious.
It should be pervious versus impervious.
Yeah.
Surrounding the property. Perhaps accessing the mechanical rooms could be more of a gravel finish, but nothing impervious.
What? Okay, A2.0.
That might be the actual road. That's not their land.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to think where I saw that. Oh, wait, here. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was wondering, the hardscaped area, it was by the pool. Shouldn't that be pervious surface by the pool? Or is that?
So in front of the pool is lawn.
Yeah.
And then to the left or right of that pool is also lawn. I do have some stepping stones across the shallow portion of the pool that takes you to an outdoor shower tucked around the side of that elevator shaft.
And then I mean, I guess if you could bring up a 2.0. I mean, it shows it there. It's about 600 square feet right there. The hardscaped area is impervious. Is that steps or?
No, this is, my apologies, this is the second floor of the house on this plan. That's showing the balcony up
I think, yeah,
above.
that's the balcony overhang over the pool.
Ah, okay. So underneath landscape. Okay, so you were just it's the diagram.
Mhm.
It's not. Okay. The area between the building and the pool is pervious surface. Okay. Okay, just making sure. Okay. Other comments or anything?
I got one more. I think, design-wise, having a sign above that entrance is going to make it looks commercial to me. And there's a lot of people that go down that road by mistake. And it looks like it's inviting people to pull in that driveway, just in that street. I kind of would probably put it on the lower thing or something. I don't know. I just think it looks very commercial.
We appreciate the feedback very much. Thank you.
I know that there is a lot to take in, and it does seem like you don't have a quorum today to pass the variances. I don't know what everyone's gonna, I don't know if anybody wants to make a motion, or we can make a motion to continue.
Can we poll each other?
Like a straw poll?
Uh-huh.
Sure. Can we do that, just a straw poll of?
Sure.
Okay, who would vote to approve the project?
I wouldn't, so that'll.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I do think that we'd be helping you by offering a continuance as opposed to voting on it today.
Absolutely, understood.
Okay, so unless, yeah, I feel like, okay, so why don't we make a motion? Does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to continue to September.
I know that we have a very full September docket,
Well,
but, and there were, what's today? There are a lot of, I think, design things to work through. I don't know, if we continue to September, is that, would you be able to make that deadline, or would October give you a little bit more breathing room? I mean, I know that we want to.
We can make the deadline work
We're
either
eager.
month.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're a year.
Okay.
Move forward.
Yeah, I can imagine. Okay, so there's a motion to continue to September? Okay, you second? All right. Okay,
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time.
and I would recommend too that when you come back, please do have a very specific materials board worked out. That was also going to be a condition, and you're going to avoid it. Yeah, that would be really helpful.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's anything you would like us to analyze, I'm sure, we would like to analyze it before it comes back to the board, at least 3 weeks prior to the meeting, because we do have a very heavy agenda, and so we have a lot of staff reports we're going to be preparing, so please, if you can get us anything at least 3 weeks prior to the meeting, so we can provide an update in the staff reports for the board members.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that would be the September 11th meeting.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, should we move on? DRB 251084, 7729 Carlisle Avenue.
Okay. Here be. I think we have Commerce Street on the agenda next, if you don't.
Sorry, I had my stack.
Okay.
Yes, DRB 251096,
Okay, so
50 Commerce Street.
850 Commerce Street, okay. An application has been filed requesting modifications to an existing commercial building that previously received design review approval. Specifically, the applicant is requesting design review approval for the renovation of the front facade, signage, and the installation of a wood-clad enclosure located at the rear of the property, including one or more waivers. So this project was previously approved by the Design Review Board. Well, it was originally approved by the Design Review Board in 2011, and then again, they received some modifications for a new glass storefront system to enclose an existing outdoor terrace in 2016. So they're now requesting another modification. This is located in the CPS 1 Limited Mixed Use Commercial District. It's a 9,000 square foot lot size. The approved use on the site is a restaurant, and it will be continued to be used as a restaurant. The property contains two buildings. One of the buildings on the site was built in 1923, and it's one of the oldest surviving structures in the Ocean Beach neighborhood. And then the other building next to it is a more contemporary commercial structure, and they've been unified to create a single restaurant. The applicant is proposing several design modifications, including new signage to the existing building. They are providing artwork on one of the sides, a Baron Holland printed artwork. The existing 1923 structure, the applicant will be proposing a new operable glass nanowall system. The code requires that nanowall systems be approved by the DRB in cases where they are within proximity of residential districts, which in this case they are. So that's something that specifically is called out as requiring DRB approval, in addition to the other facade modifications. As part of that approval, staff does recommend that there be a condition that the operable window not open prior to 9 a.m. and be closed by midnight in order to minimize sound impacts to surrounding neighbors. The overall color palette for the project will contrast gray with wood tones and yellow accents found on the canopy and umbrellas. The front garden wall will be finished in with wood-like planks consisting of with contrasting gray stucco. The signage will consist of large metal channel letters with face-lit white plexiglass in the upper left-hand corner of the building. The applicant is also proposing the relocation of a side entrance to the rear with a new ADA ramp and a new 7-foot-high wall wood-like enclosure in the back alley to screen some mechanical equipment that currently looks a little disorganized. So that's a major improvement for the alley. Staff is supportive of the proposed modifications. However, we do recommend that the color palette for the 1923 building not be as dark, that it be a lighter color, mid-tone or a light gray perhaps, rather than that darker color that's being proposed. So with that modification, staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached order.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for your time. My name's Duncan Bath. I'm representing the future tenant in the location, Cactus Club Cafe. Just want to give a brief synopsis of what our intent is with the location. This is part of our expansion. We're a Canadian company expanding into the USA. This is going to be one of our first locations within the US. Our primary aim is to engage with the local neighborhood in a meaningful way. We are looking to increase our frontage and our facade and be a valuable member of the community. Everything that we're aiming to do is hoping to provide some love to it's not a historically classified, but a historic building within the neighborhood, and bring it up to a standard that is, matching our neighbors. With that, I'll pass it on to Joe Vecchioni, who's representing our architect on the project.
Yeah, thank you for your time today. Joe Vecchioni. I'm from Bergmeyer Architectural PC out of Boston, Massachusetts. Just if we can pull up on the screen. Just to give some context, where we are, we're south of Fifth, a couple blocks from the ocean, and just to kind of walk you through the site plan, the frontage or the front of the building is on Commerce Street. Across the street, there's a parking lot. To the east, there's a east and south. There's multi-story residential, and to the west is an existing one-story restaurant. As Mr. Madan said earlier, there is two parts of the building. There's a newer, more contemporary building, and then, as Duncan said, the 1920s era building, which we're looking to give a light touch. This is the current condition of the former Planta space from Commerce Street. another view of that. And then, yeah, a couple views down the alley. There's the small alleyways to the left and right of the building. Again, parking lot across the street. A couple look into the real alleyway right now. There's a lot of electrical panels right now planned to have their dumpster outside, but there is an existing refrigerated trash room which we will be utilizing to hide the dumpster, and also a new 7-foot fence, which we are limited to 7 feet because we are within the 5-foot setback. And a couple looks at the front facade again, and looking at the rear facade adjacent to the residential space. Proposed changes to the space. We are enlarging the opening on the 1920s era building, utilizing an operable nanowall system to create a little bit more indoor-outdoor experience, and we are receptive to the proposed condition to be respectful of the neighbors. There's no sound system, no live music happening outside, or no live music in general at all, but certainly no speaker system outside. New umbrellas to match the Cactus Club aesthetic, and then just repainting the wood clapboard on the 1920s era building. There's no changes to the roofs. On the contemporary structure, we are infilling a small portion of the front facade, infilling the glazing panel because there was a ramp there that's no longer needed. We are putting the ramp in the back with a new ADA accessible ramp. So we are cleaning up the landscaping and then also infilling that portion to just create a continuous glazing band. The front facade fence, we're painting it to NRAL match to the new faux aluminum glazing. The new signage that would meet all zoning requirements, illuminated signage, front, sorry, I have a little bit of a cold. But anyway, the signage on the front of the building would be illuminated with acrylic face letters. The back of the building going to the 7-foot height to hide the condensers, hide some of the electrical panels, hide empty kegs, really trying to clean up the back facade. The existing clapboard facade in the back would be painted that same gray color, and we can look at the color with what the board would like. And then just cleaning up the rear stucco facade and just touching up any portions that may have been damaged from the dumpsters or any damage from wind or rain. Color palette, again, we're using a Knotwood faux, almost a teak color for that primary band. The paint is a Benjamin Moore. It's called Quicksand, which is a medium gray. It's looking a little bit darker in the renderings, and we can certainly submit a physical sample too if the color is going to be problematic. The awning, we're not really proposing any new structure of the awning. It's just going to be a Sunbrella fabric on the edges, and then underneath we're commissioning an art piece to just give it a little bit of liveliness underneath that. And then again, just really trying to enhance the streetscape and bring some of that energy to the street from the restaurant. The sconces, I know this was a comment previously, the sconces, we made revisions to the sconces as part of this, as part of the final submittal to make sure it's recessed, so it's not into the right of way. There's no illumination out there now, but we think it'll be a nice addition on top of the faux wood that we'll also bring out there to replace in the chevron. And just going to the renderings now, it's kind of overgrown. I can't really see the sign, so we're really trying to clean up, really creating that indoor-outdoor experience that doesn't currently exist. Just kind of a before and after. And then also in the evening, just showing the illumination on the street. Existing condition, this is new. And then at night again. And then just one thing that didn't make it into this presentation, just because you can't see it because the vegetation is very dense here. We had the wood, we were showing the wood incorrectly below that, below the glazing, but there's really no value of it being there because you can't see it. It's just really dense. Just looking at that so on an existing photo, just illustrating the existing condition. While we are cleaning up some of that landscaping, it's still not visible. So we think the stucco, cleaning it up would be a much more beneficial look there, just to really not damage any of the faux wood that's going to be there. And that concludes our presentation, and we're receptive to any questions. I apologize for the back and forth. I'm not feeling very
We're glad that you're able to be here.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak?
Anybody online, if you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. No hands raised.
Okay, great. I'm closing the public portion and opening it up to the board for comment. Would like to begin. Anyone? No?
If I could just add one small
Oh,
item.
of course.
No member of the public spoke up, but I have actually spoken to a couple of the neighbourhood associations who have called me in the last couple of days. Their principal concern was around the rear alley because it faces onto the main entry for a condo building facing us. And they are generally very supportive. I don't want to speak on their behalf, but just the comments I've had is they've had huge issues with the previous tenant in them leaving trash, all sorts of other items and debris in the alleyways. So they're very supportive of us making an effort with that enclosure to clean up that and provide some screening because the back of restaurants and commercial properties can be quite unsightly.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think that we all appreciate the goodwill that already you're bringing to the project. So thank you. Okay, Scott?
So tell me the concept of this again. Is it a restaurant?
It's a restaurant, correct.
Just a restaurant?
Just a restaurant.
Is it Mexican?
It's called Cactus Club Cafe. It's neither Mexican nor a club, nor a cafe.
Okay.
It's very confusing.
Yeah.
This has been a restaurant brand that's been in Canada for over 30 years. We are a casual fine dining brand, which is sort of probably a tautology to everyone, but in essence, we aim to provide very high-level service within a refined aesthetic. Yeah, there's no dress code. We're not a white linen service. It's aimed to be approachable for the wider public.
Perfect for the neighborhood. Buckle up for the permitting process for opening a restaurant in this town. You know that, right?
Yeah, trust me, we know.
No, it's a great space. I wanted to ask the sign. I can't imagine that's code in Miami Beach, that large sign. Is that just a placeholder, or is it your logo sign that you put on other places?
No, it is a standard sign, but the size is within the zoning
Okay,
requirements of that.
it's surprising me. My dad was in the sign
because-
business, and
yeah.
you used to get like this much space unless it's neon historic signs. So. Okay, that's all. You know what? I don't have any. I hope you don't take too much of the landscaping out. That's part of what makes it so lovely to eat out there at the other restaurants, is to have a kind of a lush thing. But other than that, I mean, I'm glad you kept the historic building. I don't really have any other comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Akil, yeah.
I guess I have one question on the existing conditions versus the new building spacing or massing. Is it the same layout as before? Is it
The interior space?
the exterior?
The exterior, there's no increase in the building size. It's really mostly a recladding project. We're enlarging an opening for the Nano Wall, and then we're also infilling a door that's no longer needed, and then adding the ramp and, of course, the fence in the back to hide some of the unsightly things that you typically see in a restaurant operation.
Yeah, I personally prefer the landscaping the way it was currently versus how it shows with bushes. I guess, is it bushes or?
Are you,
And that's
the
remaining.
fan palms, I noticed that those were being removed. Is that just for visibility of the restaurant?
Yeah, they're really overgrown to the point where you can't see the plant aside. You can't see inside the restaurant. I know some of the comments we got on planning was looking at the soffit on the inside, making sure that was a high level of finish. And certainly we want to engage the streetscape so people know we're there, know it's active. So just trimming down those fan palms were just, they grew so quickly. If you look at a Google Maps from 6 years ago, they were, here, and then now they're, 20 feet tall. So it's just really trying to engage the restaurant with the streetscape.
I think just for clarity, so the bushes that are kind of shielding the underside beneath the windows are to remain.
Yeah.
We'd be keeping those, so we're keeping that kind of vegetation looks to maintain that. It is the fan palms that we are, we're reducing there to make sure we've actually got visibility, because I think in the streetscape shown by Joe, you cannot see that there's a restaurant there unless you're already aware. there's no visibility into the actual restaurant space at present.
So maybe the compromise or suggestion would be to sort of create that maybe tropical or like
Yes,
the less
to
tropical
continue that.
feel.
Maybe
But,
not overwhelming fan palms, but still find a way to keep
Right.
a tropical vibe to it because
the recommendation.
that's the most unique thing.
And also there's the street tree now, which is gonna grow, but it is also blocking a little bit, so,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Okay, kind of similar on the vegetation. I'm in favor of getting rid of the fan palms. Back in my landscape architecture days, that they were like, never plant those next to a one-story building, and that's why, because they're totally gone beyond the roof line. So I'm in favor of that, but I do agree it looks a little sparse now with just the hedge. So just consider that. And I know that the landscaping, there's not much landscaping plan here, but if you could consider that to make it more of an inviting space. I assume you're going to have outdoor tables there.
Yeah.
Are you going to be doing like umbrellas or that's
We would have umbrellas, and we will have a botany program out there as well. So we'll have additional planting to go in around that patio to support that.
Okay, because it would have been nice to see it that way, but I can envision it. So yeah, I would just try to soften with some greenery there. But otherwise, I'm in favor. I also agree with the staff suggestion to lighten that building to the left. But yeah, otherwise, I'm excited. I live around this neighborhood, so very excited to try it. Thanks.
Yeah, I would say that was the color, the tones were also my concern. I went and I took a look at the neighborhood. And one of the things that really struck me, and I'm sure you've realized this too, is that in those blocks, there's all of these really like white, clean looking structures. And this is not that. And it's really, really different. And I think, of course, that means it's going to stand out. But I wonder if it's going to stand out not in the way that you want it to stand out. That was my concern. So I went and I looked, and then I read the staff report, and they also mentioned the palette. So my question, though, sort of piggybacks onto what Scott was getting at, is, are these colors, is this palette based on sort of the brand of the restaurant? How does that relate? I don't want to, again, we're here to be constructive and try to help you figure out, okay, how are we going to translate this into this very particular architectural notable, or there's a very specific look to that little section of South of Fifth, and how can we take your brand and make it both fit in but still be a marketable destination?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm happy to answer that. So in terms of our branding, our history in terms of design and architecture, and obviously it's evolved through the years, and with our expansion to the US, we're trying to evolve it a little bit further. But we typically have had a kind of a West Coast modern approach towards design, which is a huge amount of natural materials, warmer tones. So you'll see that a lot in the interior, and the use of the knotwood on the exterior is kind of a nod to that, as we've tended to use a lot of wood and millwork. The use of an aluminum wood look is mostly for durability in this climate, because as we all know, it's pretty tough, and I understand it's the worst termite season in history going on at the moment, so that's good fun for everyone. So yeah, in general, it's trying to have a bit of a continuation of that and a nod to that, because we feel that the existing concrete really is not adding to that neighborhood in terms of aesthetic and doesn't really match anything. As far as the existing building, we wanted to be sensitive and not change it too much. We understand it's got a history in the neighborhood. And really the choice of color, and I think the renderings perhaps are doing a little bit of a disservice in terms of, because the actual color in terms of the sample is a little bit lighter than what it appears, and we'd be happy to share that. We just wanted to bring it down a little bit. As I said, we're kind of it's a very warm aesthetic inside our restaurants with a lot of natural tones. So we just wanted to soften it a little bit from the bright white, but we're appreciative of the comments and are happy to look at that further.
Yeah, I want you to keep your brand visible as it is, but it really is very and I think also, that pocket, it's not, this is not specifically the historic area, that's why you're here with us, but it does abut it. And I don't want, and even, we see a lot of the sort of wood finish in homes in other parts of the city, but not in this area. And you saw like with the first project that we saw with the house that, you know, it was a very specific aesthetic for that neighborhood and the house fits so well with it. And so I would like to see all the projects in this area fit with that specific aesthetic. And I'm wondering too, if maybe there's just a lot of wood, if maybe there could be some, you know, I could see how the main section that has the Cactus Club sign, maybe that's part of the brand, that would to keep that, but maybe the fencing you don't paint it to look like wood, maybe that becomes white or that lightens up. Like I really want to do, and certainly the historic building, which now is a very, very stark white, you know, if there's ways to, you know, find common ground where you lighten it up significantly from what's presented, but also it goes with, so maybe not a stark white, but maybe more of like an ivory or something that it's not so glaringly. I want to make sure that this fits the context as well. You know, that's a lot of what we do here when we review projects. And so to sort of lighten it up, I think that also speaks to our comment too about having the lush vegetation and making it to be a really, it is really nice to sit outside at those restaurants in that little street that's not very busy. And you're going to get so many tourists and they're coming for that like tropical experience. And so I want to, so that was what I was going to say. You know, my recommendation would be to work with staff to significantly lighten as many elements as possible of the building. So, and even right now, like I know that the original building where Planta was, like that's, you know, concrete, but it's still sort of a lighter tone. And because the building next to it is white and there's so much vegetation, it doesn't stand out as much as this is definitely going to. So. Right, I mean, that's what it was, like, you know, like this to me, like this could be on a stretch of like Biscayne Boulevard and Aventura, and I don't know how familiar you are with the area, but like we really, you know, one of the things that we pride ourselves about Miami Beach is that Miami Beach architecture really sort of stands out, and you know that you're in the city, and especially, like I said, this restaurant is going to serve a lot of residents, but it's also going to serve a lot of tourists, and you know, they want that experience too. So yeah, it seems like we're all very, you know, again, you know the brand best, and we know that this has come up before, and when, you know, you have franchises or, you know, businesses that are in multiple areas of the world, you know, we want you to succeed. There's definitely room for common ground.
And I think just on one of the points around vegetation and providing that experience, one thing that obviously is not shown in the presentation, but within the interior design, in that 1920s portion of the building, it's a double height space, and we are bringing in major botany, so we have a full tree installation within there as part of the design. So we're bringing a huge amount of botany to kind of extend that vegetation through. So with that enlarged opening, the idea is that you get more of a perspective into the space and have that view.
Yeah, no, I've been in the space. It's really nice with all the skylights and everything. There's a lot of opportunities. So, and it's exciting to see something coming in and it not sit vacant. So, any other comments, or somebody ready to make a motion?
Motion to approve the variance, or go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would make a motion, just talking internally for a second, but with a condition to really work with staff on the lightening of the building and the landscaping to make that just more of an aesthetic. Would you all be in agreement with that? We don't need to see this again, but they can work with staff.
Yeah, I'd second that.
The color, so I'll make a motion to approve, subject to working with staff to really revisit the color palette, at least on the 1920s building, to be more in tune with the vernacular of this area, as well as the landscaping, to just expand on that and make it a more lush experience for the patio users.
And the fence too.
And the fence, yes. To consider changing the color palette there too.
Okay. Do you have specific and then you said lighter, like
lighter in tune with that street, you know, the Obele, the Call Me Gabby, just kind of keeping with that.
And I guess, do we want to see like a gray, or because staff was talking gray? Is that something that should it be lighter? Should it be more of like an off-white or a crayon? I don't know.
I'm partial to white, but
Okay.
yeah, I
At
mean,
least to
just
explore.
explore. It could be. I mean, maybe gray will work okay. But I think, yeah,
I'd give
explore
staff
the
the
colors.
the
Yeah, yeah.
the
Just
leeway.
Yeah.
that's our suggestion, but it doesn't have to be taken. Okay, that's my motion.
Great.
And I'll second.
Okay. Okay.
We have a motion by Ms. Lewin and a second by Mr. Diffendiffert. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Motion passes.
Good luck.
Thank you. Okay, I want to just take a 5-minute recess and then we'll come back. And I
Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Thank you and welcome back to the July 10th meeting of the Miami Beach Design Review Board. The next item on our agenda is DRB 25-1084, 7729 Carlisle Avenue. I heard that the architect is online.
The architect is online. GJ Ramos' office is Gustavo Ramos. I'm not sure which Zoom you're going to be using, but he's online. And he has a PowerPoint presentation, but I can proceed with the staff recommendation first if you, yeah. Okay, so this is DRB 25-1084. This is 7729 Carlisle Avenue. I'll read the title. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 4-story multifamily building to replace an existing residence, as well as request for one or more design waivers. The application also includes a variance request to exceed the maximum projection and height for steps and platforms in the required front yard, a variance request related to the required side setback for portions of the first and second floors, a variance request to exceed the maximum projection for balconies and overhangs on the required interior side setback, a variance related to the required minimum floor-to-ceiling height for the first habitable level, and a variance request to exceed the maximum building height for new construction for the first 25 feet of building depth as measured from the minimum required front setback. The site is located in the North Beach National Register Conservation District overlay. So it is in the RM1 district, but because it is in that overlay, there are some additional regulations that apply related to setbacks and other things that your typical RM1 district does not have to comply with. So I'll go through those. The maximum height in this district allowed is 45 feet. The proposed project is 41 feet, so they're slightly below the maximum allowable height. The first habitable floor is located at 10.56 NGVD, so it is slightly above the base flood elevation for resiliency purposes. And as I said, they are seeking a few variances, so I'll discuss first the design. It's located on an interior parcel. They're proposing 6 units. The ground floor will consist primarily of parking. However, that first unit will have some habitable space on the ground floor, so it's technically not an understory home or an understory building because there is some habitable space at that ground floor, which is a bedroom, and then the stairs for the upper floors. For most of the other units, they just have access to the upper levels. They really don't have habitable space at the ground floor. The development has 6 2-bedroom residential units. Each unit is approximately 1,000 square feet, organized vertically in a townhouse style configuration. The units span typically the second and the third floors, with the exception of that first one, as I said, which has some space on the ground floor. They have private rooftop terraces, offering each resident dedicated outdoor spaces with views beyond the site. At the ground floor, they have 6 on-site parking spaces, a trash room, and bicycle parking racks. Pedestrian access is provided directly from Carlisle Avenue via a walkway on the southern edge, and vehicular access is provided through a driveway also on Carlisle Avenue. The design of the building is contemporary, and the front and south elevations have a dynamic interplay of movement of textures and shift in planes. The design features orthogonal frame elements and balconies that project beyond the building's walls, and they're seeking some variances for some of those projections. And then along the interior south-facing elevation, unit entries are provided at the ground level, and then the upper levels include some open balconies in addition to the rooftop terraces. So they do have a lot of open space for the residents, outdoor space for the residents. Staff is generally supportive of the design of the project. However, we do have some concerns regarding compatibility of the ground floor with adjacent properties, particular regarding visual screening and privacy. So staff does recommend that a solid perimeter wall be provided at the rear and interior side yards at the maximum height permitted by the code, in order to limit the projection of headlights and other issues on those neighboring properties. So let me discuss the variances. So the first variance is to exceed by 1 foot 6 inches the maximum projection of 2 feet 6 inches, which is 25% of the required front setback in order to construct steps and platforms in the required front yard projection. The code does allow for these steps to be a projection. However, given the height of that first floor, They do need a little bit of additional room in order to get to that elevation, so the applicant is seeking a variance to be able to get to that level, and staff is supportive of the granting of that variance, given that there is a practical difficulty getting to the required minimum elevation for that first floor. The next variance is to reduce by 3 feet 6 inches the minimum required side setback south of 10 feet in order to construct portions of the first and second floors with a setback of 8 feet 4 inches. So in the North Shore National Register District overlay, one of the requirements is that there be at least one interior side of 10 feet. Generally, the side setbacks have to be 7.5 feet, but this area does require that one of those be 10 feet. This is a very narrow lot, so that does present a hardship to the applicant in being able to fit a development with appropriately sized units. So staff is supportive of the granting of this variance given the lot widths, and that requirement for a 10-foot wide interior side setback would be a hardship for the applicant being able to comply with that given the site constraints. The next variance is to exceed by 1 foot the maximum projection of 2 feet 6 inches for the required side setback in the south in order to construct balconies and overhangs in the required side setback with a projection of 3 feet 6 inches. Again, similar issue. The code allows for a 25% projection into this interior side yard. Given the site constraints, in order to have a practical, usable balcony, the applicant does need to seek this variance in order to have an appropriate dimension. The variance is minimal in nature, and we do not expect any negative impacts on the adjacent properties from this variance. There's still a sufficient setback where privacy can be maintained. The next variance is to reduce by 3 feet the minimum required floor to ceiling height of the first habitable level of 12 feet in order to construct the first habitable level with a height of 9 feet floor to ceiling height. So the ground floor, this is for a bedroom and a foyer that they have at the ground floor of that first unit. The code would require that height be 12 feet. The DRB is allowed to waive that to 10 feet. They're seeking an additional foot beyond that, so that's why it's a variance and not a waiver. Because they're using such a high freeboard, we feel that there is sufficient room to be able to mitigate against future sea level rise and other issues, which is the intent of having that high ground floor elevation. We think that freeboard minimizes the potential to be able to mitigate against future sea level rise. And if they were not seeking this variance, it would just make the building taller, requiring even more steps, requiring more issues regarding accessing the upper levels of the building, which would make the building taller. And so this does present a practical difficulty and a hardship, being able to have those wider spaces that you would need for wider staircases. And so staff is supportive of the granting of this variance. The last variance is to reduce the required 25-foot building depth setback from the front facade for the construction exceeding 32 feet in height by 9 feet 4 inches in order to allow for the construction of a fourth floor with a building depth setback of 15 feet 8 inches from the front facade. So this is another requirement of the overlay. The overlay requires that when portions of a building that exceed 32 feet in height be set back 25 feet from the front facade. The applicant is seeking a variance so that the portions exceeding 32 feet in height only have to be set back 15 feet 8 inches from the facade. So they're reducing that setback. If they were providing that setback, they would significantly limit the usable square footage for that second unit. It wouldn't be a feasible, practical unit, given the site constraints and the limited depth that this lot has available to it. And so it does present a practical difficulty. The code does allow the DRB to waive that 25-foot distance by 5 feet, so they are only exceeding the amount that the DRB could waive by 4 feet 4 inches, so it is a minimal variance, and staff is supportive of the granting of the variance. So the code requires 25 feet, DRB can waive it to 20 feet. They're requesting an additional 4 feet, 4 inches, so that's beyond the amount that the DRB can waive. So that's why it's a variance and not a waiver. And so given the site constraints, staff is supportive of the granting of the variance. So with that, staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached draft order.
Thank you very much. Is the applicant available?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, sorry, hello, sir. I need to quickly swear you in before you proceed, please, with your testimony and with your presentation. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You will have 10 minutes.
Okay, yeah, my name is Gustavo Ramos Architect. I'm at 8935 Northwest 35th Lane in Doral. The project location is 7729 Carlisle Avenue, Miami Beach. The zoning is RM1 overlay district. I might be repeating a little bit of what's said before, but nevertheless, the project proposes a 6-unit townhouse project, 3 stories over parking with 6 parking spaces on the ground floor. All units are accessible from the ground floor. The actual building design, if we can go to the next, this is the survey. The property is 112 and a half feet by 50 feet. Next, this is like a location map of where the property is. Next. This is also a location map of the area on North Beach. And next sheet, this is the ground floor. The actual building design, the ground floor, there's 6 units that are accessible from the front. The first unit, as you can see on the left, unit number 1, is facing the street and is accessible from the street, and it also serves as a buffer to the parking that's underneath the building. The other 5 units are accessible from on the south side. You can see where the steps are on that south property into a landscape corridor, which each unit accessible to a small vestibule and then a stair going up to the living, dining, kitchen, and a half bath. Again, let's see, the parking, if you can see, the parking will be screened by an overhead grill. And so pretty much the whole facade is not invasive to the, as far as the parking to the street. If we can go to the next, this is again the ground floor next. The second floor, you can see that at the second floor level, you have entered the unit at the ground floor, and all units come up to the second level where there's a living, dining, open space, a kitchen, and then a half bath. All the units pretty much typically the same, looking south. As you can see, some of the units have balconies, and because of the setbacks, the balconies are quite small. They're 3.5 feet deep, but it's a good way to have the people out to be able to get outside the units. If we go to the next, so the third floor would be 2 bedrooms with 2 baths, and all the units pretty much the same. The unit in the front has 1 less bedroom upstairs because we're trying to keep the units, the unit in the front scales back in height to try to match the fenestration of the neighbor. Then on the 3rd level, if you go to the next, on the 4th level actually, you have an access from each unit to a private terrace. And you can see all units are on the roof, have private terraces, and then there's a trellis that covers part of that trellis that defines the space on the next, if you can go to the next level. There's like the frame is made out of aluminum, dark bronze, and then it'll be wood trellis covering part of the area because of the the amount of sun and all the issues. These units are facing south. Next. This is the landscape plan. I think if you go one more, you can see a little bit better. As was told before, we are providing a 6-foot high CBS wall around the property on 3 sides to provide privacy and also to contain the headlights from the cars in the parking area. These walls will be covered with hedges and landscaping in order to provide privacy and more beauty to the ground floor. If you go to the next level, again, these are the types of plants that are going to be used in that ground floor area. Next level. Next, this is more landscaping. One more. More landscaping. This plan shows the green area as opposed to the paved area. We're going to be using pavers on sand for all the areas that access the units. Next. These are the buildings that surround the project. Next. More of the same. You can see the proposed project is on the second from the left on the top. And these are all the other properties that surround that neighborhood. Especially that block. Next. Again, more properties that's in the neighborhood within the nearest 2 blocks. Next. More of the same. Again, more buildings. This is the 3D that's imposed into the photo of the area. This is looking from the north, the southeast, looking into the south, from the southeast, actually from the southwest, sorry. You can see the building itself. The concept was to create a modern look, but also try to match the different type of elements in the area, such as eyebrows and boxed-in windows. Also, we're using the dark bronze or dark gray window frames and railings. On the left there of the entrance, you can see that there's the setback is the entrance to the garage, which is going to be hidden from the street. And on the right side, you can see the access to the units that face south, all the entrances to the units that face south. You can see partially some of the areas up on the higher level where the balconies are covered. 3 of the balconies are covered with a trellis. Again, the same color of aluminum with wood as part of the trellis. We go to next. This is more from the northwest, looking at the front elevation. We're going to be using like a stacked tile in possibly like desert sand color. We're trying to get that horizontal look to the and stacking look to the tile surfaces on the front. Next. This is a little bit higher view. You can see a little bit of the rooftops with the trellises. One more. This is more looking from the south at floor elevation. Again, one more. This is straight from the south. You can see the elements that are vertical in the white volumes are the entrances to the units. where you enter the unit and go up to the second floor. The parking is beyond this area to the north, and it's never seen. You can also see the trellises up in the. We're trying to keep everything very light, and the massing with the tile to be defined so that it's not all too much massing. We're trying to define a little bit more verticality. One more, next. This is coming from the southeast of you. This would be like the rear of the building, the rear of the property. Next. This is straight from the east in the rear of the property. You can see the trellis above and the balconies on both sides. Again, we're trying to create more like a using the eyebrows to match the fenestration of the design of the area and also the boxing in of the windows. Next, this would be like the north elevation, the rear elevation. And you can see the parking would not be seen because there would be a 6-foot high wall there under there and the landscaping. Next. This is another view from the front and the rear at a higher level. Next. This is basically the materials that we're going to be using. We'll be using smooth white stucco. The doors and windows would be dark bronze, the framing. The railings also the same. The stack tile will be like a porcelain tile, probably 2 to 4 inches in a horizontal format. And the color is going to be like a desert sand color. Next. This here is pretty much the definitions of the variances, which I think the planning has already gone through. Next. These are sections of the building showing actually the elevation of the floor. It used to be 8 feet for flood and 1 foot at elevation 9 for design flood elevation. But now the new regulations, according to Mohammed from the Public Works, the minimum elevation is at 10.56. So we had to raise from elevation 9, which was the previous elevation required for design flood elevation, to 10.56, which kind of like raises the building, but based on the flood criteria, we had to match that. Next. This is elevation showing, the different fenestrations and materials. This is the south elevation. Next. This is the rear north elevation, actually. Next. This is the east elevation, which would be the front, showing the different materials with the tile and also the white stucco. Next. And this is the rear elevation, which would be looking west. Next. These are sections, and I think we're pretty much done as far as, if you want to keep going, let's see if there's any other.
Yeah, no, I think that, the time is up, but yeah, we're also probably gonna, have questions and comments. So this is
Okay.
very thorough. Thank you. Okay. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? Anyone online? Okay.
No other hands raised.
Okay, great. I'm now closing the public portion and opening up to the board for comment. Who would like to begin? Anyone? Do you want to start? Laura? Okay.
Sure,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you for your presentation. Overall, I'll say with the variance requests, I don't really take an issue with them. However, because we are granting or may grant a number of these. I do want to ensure that the building is, we're adding extra space, so we want to make sure that the building is cohesive with the neighborhood and just the surrounding elements. So I guess I'll speak a little bit to some of the design elements that I noticed that I would suggest need a little bit of tweaking. The landscaping to me kind of seems like an afterthought, particularly at the street view. Maybe it's just that the renderings haven't, expressed that, and I do see some don't have any, which I understand is just to see the building. But perhaps some elements of like verticality are needed on that elevation, whether that's through landscaping or through that tile wood cladding effect. Maybe you could bring that up through the building. I would suggest doing something to kind of make that more of a statement. It almost just looks like that cladding cuts off, and then we have this white building on top, and maybe some sort of crawling landscape, or if you can get a tree in there, maybe you don't have the space. That could help kind of merge those two materials together. Also, staying on that front street facade, do you know what material you're going to be using for the garage gate, by chance?
The garage gate is gonna be like almost like a stainless steel color.
Okay. I'd ask that you kind of consider the material there as well. It kind of, to me, even in the renderings, it kind of stands out. I don't know if there's something else you could use there that would maybe be a little more cohesive with the building. That would be my suggestion there. And I think I just had one other design comment. Let me go. 28. I'm on page 28 of the presentation. The windows that are on the west side elevation, first floor, they have these eyebrows that to me just don't seem like they need to be there, but maybe that's for shade. Or if maybe you can like bring those in a little bit. They just seem as wide as the balcony, and they kind of seem a little out of place.
Page 28.
Sorry, this is sheet 28 of your presentation. Sorry. And I'm referring specifically to the I think this is the western side of the building.
Render view 8.
Render view 8. Yes, render view 8. The first floor windows on the west elevation, they have these little eyebrows.
Those are those are the areas where the kitchen windows are. They're narrow and long, and they're basically between the counter and the bottom of the cabinets above. From the interior would look like a horizontal window, and what planning had suggested that we add a little bit of fenestration to that facade to try to create a little bit more interest. Okay. And one of the things that we did was we added to create a longer, a concept of horizontality is to give those windows also eyebrows, which is pretty standard in the architecture of the area.
Okay. Yeah, this is just my opinion on those pieces. They stuck out to me a little, but I mean, maybe they're just a little wide. But if, I'm not going to die on that hill at all. But I mean, overall, I do appreciate the architecture. I just think there's just a little refinement that could be done, particularly on the street-facing facade. Again, I think my biggest concern is going to be the vertical. Like, I think you need some sort of vertical element in the front, and how that's accomplished, I'll defer to you. But I think that would really just make that first floor, not understory, but the garage floor, and then everything above it a little more cohesive.
Yeah, if you look at page, let's see, 29, we tried to keep the material kind of like to create a base for the building and to reduce the verticality of the building so that we wanted to reduce the verticality, so we basically cut at the level of the second floor in the front and then matched it with the level of the second floor on the south side, which would be where all the entrances are. So we had different schemes, but we wanted to create a base for the building and to lower its height as far as using the materials.
I see. Yeah, and I think just, yeah, I'll let others speak, but that's just my impression on I think that your elevation on the east side, I think, looks really great. And I think that you were able to kind of merge those two textures together really well. And I feel like we could do a little tweaking on that street elevation to make it look more cohesive with that east side. And that's really what I'm getting at. But thank you again.
Okay, we can, the actual renderings don't really show the actual landscaping that's in the front. We can provide, different type of landscaping. I think we do have trees in that landscaped area in the front. I'm trying to see what trees are there to create a little bit more verticality. But again, our idea was try to reduce the verticality so that to bring down the height, since the building is going to go up to 10.5.
Yeah, maybe that's not the right, I guess not increase verticality, but I think you do need some sort of vertical element in the front facade. And
I wonder if maybe something just soften it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what. And if you go to page 13, that does have a landscape plan. Gustavo, is that accurate in terms of what plants
Yes.
are going to be there? So
Yeah, the picture on the drawing on the top right is pretty accurate.
that's it. So let me ask you a question, because this was also something I want to piggyback into Laura's comments, because I agree. But it's hard to tell. It seems like from the other information that you provided, that it doesn't seem like there's enough room on, I guess what I'm looking at, the right side to have that second tree on the property. What if there was a tree where those two smaller palms are? Do you think that would?
We could provide a tree there. The only thing would be that the living room is that glass area.
Right.
And we really didn't want to block the view of the street. Of the, from the front, since that unit is, all the units are 15 feet wide.
Right.
They're, so we kind of didn't want to block or put in case of hurricane or something like that right in front of the glass.
Is there, though, enough room on the property to put that second tree? It didn't seem like there was in the other drawings that you submitted.
I'm trying to see.
Is there green space on the other side of the walkway?
We have 10 feet, 8'4" from the property line. And that's not really a very big tree. I'm trying to see what the tree it is, but the drawing I have is a little
personally, I like my privacy. So having a tree in front of the window to look out on, that sounds nice to me. That's something that I would prefer. But I think the point is, in general, that is there some way that we can soften the front facade?
Yeah, I have the same concerns, because you basically, listen, I understand the constraints you have with the stairs and the height and having to leave that, but what you see, what dominates is that garage and then that blank wood wall. And
it's not really wood, it would be like a
flatted wall, but it's just a very blank space, and it's not a very welcoming entrance. It's not a very exciting building to look at it. And I know you have big constraints, but it just doesn't, I don't know, it has no, I have a big concern with it. I don't know what you can do, but something on that wall, because you have garage, wall, and then a little teeny entrance, at least it looks like it from the street.
Akil, do you have thoughts, suggestions?
I personally think the design kind of looks a little piecemeal in terms of
There will be like a pretty lush landscaping in the front there though, but I mean, you know.
Well, here, let's listen to, Akil has some good suggestions.
I guess the blank swaths of stucco and the control joints there. I don't know if you can enlarge the windows or glass elements, but I don't know. This overall the design seems a little not piecemeal, but I guess just not cohesive to me. It takes like different design elements from different buildings. I feel like and just stuffs it into one.
Well,
Personally.
one of the things that I noticed too is this the circular stairway, which that would, like, I had the same sense that it seemed like it was a little bit severe. It could be the landscaping and the materials that you're presenting, but I'm wondering if, and it's just hard to tell with the drawings too, if maybe the stairway, the circular stairway, could become a little bit more of a dominating element that would offset all of the more severe materials and rectangular details within the facade. It's hard to tell exactly where in the terrace the stair is located, but maybe that would be a good way to, you already have that element. If you just made that a little bit more larger and more prominent, that might offset it. I also, one of the things that I was doing with the facade is I was looking at the placement of the windows. And I'm wondering, one of the things that I just sort of did with the little PDF is I feel like there's a window along, I'm looking at the drawing on page 21 of the presentation. You want to bring it up? Can you bring up 21?
Yes.
Okay, so the window that is along the left side, the small ribbon window, even if I sort of, erase that so it was all white, which I know is adding a little bit more straight white surface, but it just felt a little bit more, it gave it a little bit more balance. It just seems like that window just feels like it flew there and stuck. I understand. I really like the window and the framing on the other side of the building, and I really like the vertical windows that run 2 stories. That's really nice. But the one to the absolute left just seemed a little like it flew there and stuck. And even just sort of on my drawing, I just sort of erased it and looked at it and was like, oh, that feels a little bit more intentional. And then the other
thing. If you look at page 6, you can see why the window is there.
Right. Well, I'm wondering too if, I know that there is light. I wonder if what you could do is on the, I guess it's the west facing facade, is just extend, make more of a window so that it's moving, around. Am I being clear?
Yeah. If you look at page 6, you can see the plan where that window is.
Right. It's in the kitchen. No?
It's in the kitchen. So basically what it is it's a corner window that's very prominent in the architecture of the area. And in this case, it would be so that at least if you're in the kitchen, you could see to the front.
Right.
And it's actually a narrow window because it goes from 3'6", which is the height, a little 6 inches above the height of the counter, 2 feet high, and then the cabinets are above it. So it's basically a reflection of what's happening inside on the outside. So that's the reason that it's there. I'd really rather not have them just look at the building next door. You know what I'm saying? And I think it does create, for me, architecture should have, windows should be in the spaces that create volumes. And in this case, a corner window creates a volume of massing between the mass and the void. So I think in modern architecture, that's an important factor, that windows just don't get popped into a wall. Windows usually are between a volume and another volume, and that's kind of like what creates the concept of modern architecture. In this case, I feel pretty strongly about that window, that it's appropriate for what's inside, what's happening inside, and also that, it lightens that corner so that it doesn't just become one mass.
Right. No, I understand all of that, and I love a ribbon window and I love a corner window, and I saw the relationship of what is inside and how that brings natural light into that space in the kitchen. However, that combined with all of the other details and elements that you have, there's a lot going on in that facade, and it's not necessarily done in harmony. That maybe it works on the inside, but it's not necessarily translating on the outside. Again, it just seems like the facade as a whole is coming across as a bit severe, and it's something that all of us seem to have latched onto. And I think that if you look at removing some of those elements, that's one, that the ribbon window, there's 3 sections to it. And if you just remove one of the sections on the front, I think that the overall composition is a lot stronger.
The right side window?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to explain it. The window that you're talking, the window at the corner in the front on the left side.
But to have more wall?
Yeah, I mean, it's just sort of, it makes the composition a bit stronger on the front to not have the window there. As much as I love windows and natural light, there's just so many other elements happening on that front elevation that removing that is actually, in my opinion, enhancing the design rather than taking away from it.
Right. Well, one of the things that's happening too is that area there's a living room, dining room. So if I take that wall off, I mean, if I close that window, then the dining room loses a view.
I think we're thinking about. I'm talking about the other corner. No.
No. I'm sorry, I agree with the architects, but I would never take that window away, but I think that.
Wait, are we talking? I'm talking about the window that's in the kitchen. Are you talking?
You're talking about that one.
And I thought you said you were talking about the window in the dining room.
Oh, no, I thought you said the big window of the living room.
No. I think that's great. I'm talking about the kitchen. That there's one small, there's like a corner ribbon windows. There's 3 sections at the corner of the kitchen. And what I was saying is if you remove that one section, that the composition of the front facade, I think it'd be a little bit less busy.
Right.
From the outside, that window, the window on the other side in the living room and dining room, that seems very intentional. The other one that spans the 2 floors, that seems very intentional. The one on that corner in the kitchen, while I can see why it would make sense from inside the kitchen, from the street, it doesn't seem as intentional in terms of the placement of the other windows. That was my comment.
The thing is, if you look at page 20, you can see that up above on the 3rd floor, the same thing is happening.
Yes, and that's what I mean.
We're turning the rather than having a square, a square wall with where mass meets a window that's popped in. By putting the corner window, you're cutting out a volume out of the mass. If you remove the side window in the front of the kitchen and in the back of that bathroom up above, it becomes a window on one side and a solid wall on the other. And what I'm trying to create as an architect is create a piece of the building that creates almost like a void of a corner. So I'm trying to void the corner rather than accentuate the corner.
Yeah, no, I completely understand your intent, and I see that you've done that on other, in the rear, and I think it's very effective in other parts of the building. And generally speaking, I like this gesture. However, I don't think it's as successful as it could be in this context. That's just what I'm trying to say, and I'm glad that you mentioned the one diagonal, because I realized that was those two were sort of having a conversation. However,
that was the idea. That was the idea, to create almost like a relationship between the 3rd floor and the ground floor.
Yeah.
In we're cutting a piece of the solid block. We're cutting a piece of the block by creating a void with glass.
Yeah.
So-
No, I get all that. It's just that I don't know if that concept works as well with all the other elements that you're providing with this building.
Right.
That was my comment, and that, if it means that the window on the third floor on the opposite corner gets reconfigured a little differently, so maybe, right now it's wrapping around the corner where you have two sections in the front facade and one on the side. Maybe, and again, I'm just throwing it out there, if it wrapped around differently, or maybe if there were just, there was, the full ribbon was just on the east-facing side, whatever that is. My point is that it's a little bit, the front facade needs to be refined.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I have an idea, and I'm not the architect, so everybody can shoot me on this one. On the sides of the building, the cladding goes up to the eyebrows, whereas in the front, it just stops where the garage stops. What if the cladding went up to where that other score was, went across the garage, and kind of framed the garage? Maybe, because I disagree with Sarah, if you take the window away, to me, you're looking at another block. And while it might simplify it, I think it will also make it more of a like a not street-facing look. If you
Right.
brought the cladding up to either the eyebrow or to that score, like, I don't know why those scores are there, I guess to break up the thing, then maybe it would frame the garage and entrance and make it feel less.
Well, but would you end the cladding at the score,
I
or
don't
would
know.
you end it?
I don't know.
It doesn't
But
really
if you
line up.
do you need a score there?
Which cladding? Which cladding
The
are
cladding
you?
on the front, that blank wall between the garage and the entrance. If you brought that cladding up to like the eyebrow level and got rid
You
of
mean the material, the
yes, above the garage for 2 feet or whatever that distance is, and then got rid of that score on the bottom, do you need that score if you have the cladding?
I mean, it's sort of indicating, and it delineates where the level, like the levels, not the level, like the ceiling. It delineates the floor.
But the cladding goes up to the other, on the side, the cladding goes up higher, so it's almost
Right?
weird.
But on this, I mean, it seems to me like I like I like the scores, because it's this very modernist gesture of like, this is where the floor begins and ends.
Yeah, if
Oh,
you look at
that's
page 21, you're saying bring the cladding up to the level of the floor?
It's what I'm saying, but I'm not an architect, but
Oh,
you have the cladding on the right, on the side of the building, it goes higher than the front of the building, which kind of seems odd to me, because why did you decide to stop the cladding right there? And
Well, the thing is, the building there where the garage is, we moved the garage back, and it's a 5-foot overhang, so you need a 3-foot beam that holds up that volume that comes out. If you could see the score line of the floor, from the score line of the floor down, there's a beam that holds that corner that's floating, above where the entrance of the garage is. My question would be, if I bring the cladding to the floor line, then what's above the floor line? You have cladding and then stucco. We tried to keep it at that level because that's where the massing end starts and ends, If we brought it up, unless we brought the window all the way to the left, so it would stop under the window where the boxed-in window is. But that's basically the reason it stopped there, is because there's a 3-foot mass beam that's holding up the second floor and the third floor there and over the garage.
Yeah, I sort of like, I like how it is in the delineation. I don't want to get too lost in the weeds here, because at the end of the day, we're not here to solve the problems. We're just here to say, okay, the intention is being realized, it should be softened here, all of these different comments. I also wanted to mention too, so clearly the takeaway is we all seem to agree that the facade needs to be refined in some sort of way. Maybe it's softened, maybe it's playing with the volumes of the windows and the locations, the stairwell, etc. And another thing that Laura brought up that I also wanted to agree with is the screening for the garage. I'm actually surprised that you got, I mean, usually it seems like in the past, staff has been pretty strict about what is and isn't allowed. At least from the materials that you provided, it looks very utilitarian. And this might be a really good place to create something a little bit more artistic that would give, maybe soften up the facade in some sort of way. Isn't there in the code of what these screens can and cannot look like?
Would you want it more solid or more see-through? Well, actually, more see-through you would see, the ceiling and the garage and the duct and the plumbing and all that. But you're saying it should be more like more solid.
Just the scale of it kind of looks like a cage. I'm so sorry to say. I think like either make it more open or it could be solid. I think that the scale is off. It's very small, and then you have these big masses. I think there's an alternative material there that could be.
That door is set back 5 feet, by the way. We moved it back so that it would, set back as a secondary plane. Right. And we'll make it any material that's acceptable to the board,
Does the city have guidelines as to what those gates?
We don't have specific guidelines. We did include a condition in the order, and I neglected to state that in my presentation, that the final design details of the parking garage and door shall be submitted in a manner to reviewed and approved by staff, because you're right, they didn't provide the kind of detail that we typically see. I should have mentioned that in my report, but that is a concern that we had, that we wanted that to be elaborated, because there was not a lot of detail on that.
Yeah, I personally think, a great opportunity to create an interesting gesture on this design would be to have the gate be some sort of artistic, it's metal. You can do many different things. I think that's just an opportunity.
Almost like a screen, yeah.
Right. It's just, at least what you've depicted here seems just very utilitarian, like something I'm just going to pull down to cover up, a dumpster in an alleyway. And this building deserves more. I would say something maybe not so solid, because you have the solid volume next to it, something a little bit lighter. And yeah, that you can, maybe that's where the lightness comes from, that offsets the larger, expanses of white on the other parts of the facade. I'm going to go back to putting a big tree. It'd be great if there could be a tree more in the front of the building to soften it. I didn't really understand what you were saying, and it piggybacks onto staff's comments about having full walls along the side for the parking. Is that you were saying it should be full walls or half walls? And then Gustavo, it seemed like your solution was landscaping.
No. We do have a 6-foot high wall at all three, property lines. A 6-foot high perimeter wall, and it's in the plans. It's in the site plan.
We would like a wall as high as the code allows. We didn't notice it in the plans. It might be on one of the elevations, but it wasn't in the site plan.
One of the things that I also didn't see was a railing along the access corridor along, I guess it's the east side, because it seemed, you go up a few steps. Doesn't there need to be a railing there, or is that, I didn't notice that.
The actual, the driveway slopes with those steps pretty much at the same elevation as the steps, and the height difference between that, the landing and the ground is going to berm up with the steps on the other side. So if you're looking at the landscaping, it's going to berm up, and then the driveway also slopes up. So there's no real difference to falling, as far as required having a railing there or anything.
No, I meant the area between the building next door. I mean, maybe I'm.
Oh, I don't believe that they're going to need a railing there.
Okay, it's not as high. It was hard to see with the designs.
But if you look at page 4, which is a site plan, it shows how we have a 6-foot high retaining wall and garden wall at all 3 sides, and then in the front, where you need the visibility triangle, we bring it down to 2'6". So we didn't put it in the rendering because it would kind of like block a lot of the view, but it is in the side plan. You can see.
Does that satisfy your condition?
Yes,
The wall.
that's,
Okay.
yeah, because the goal is for headlights to not shine into the neighboring property and other lights.
Right. No, and we actually need it for a retaining wall too. Part of it, the part below the grade would be to hold back the grade that we have to build up because the site is that much higher for.
And just to make sure all of the plants that they recommended, because I'm assuming there's going to be a lot of shade. I mean, these buildings are very close. They're all sort of shade plants. They don't need a lot of sunlight.
Let's see. Basically, the south is on the right side of that rendering, so it's probably going to get plenty of sun. From like 10 to 3, because the sun travels all the way around that right side. On the other side is probably where you're going to have the least light, on the north side, on the left side of the building, which is facing north. So the the landscaping there is not as profound, and also we're trying to beautify the area on the right side because that's where all the entrances to the units are. So those, I think we'll be okay.
Okay.
Also, we can provide a tree or trees in the front, in that front planter, to create and soften the elevation a little bit.
I feel like that's sort of what we were just sort of getting you to explore some options. Any other comments, thoughts?
No, also the you talked about the circular stair. If you look at page page 7, that stair is set back about 25 feet from the property line. So it's not really in the front of the facade of the building. It's more to the rear, and it accesses the rooftop terrace. You see the circular stair on the left?
Yeah.
It's really set back from the building. At that level, the building is going to be at about 30 feet, so
Yeah.
it won't be that pronounced
Yeah.
as far as the visibility of it.
Okay, yeah, no, thanks for clarifying that, which is a shame because I do think that that's the sort of element that would be helpful to, offset the sort of severity and boxiness of some of the elements along the front.
Right.
Anyway.
The problem with these properties is they're so small that if you really look at the shape of the building, it is a box. They're all boxes because you're going up to the property line and the setbacks. So basically what we tried to do was create volumes within that rectangular area, either by using, mass against window or, that was the only way in these small lots to create some kind of, fenestration to the building.
Yeah, no, I personally think that you did a really good job with the program, and these seem to be, livable, nice units, and I think that the project is going to be certainly beneficial for the community. I feel like overall, it's very positive. Just a little refinement. I would say, we've given you lots of ideas to work with staff to work on that. Does anybody have a motion that they want to make about the project? Anyone?
Can I just give one more suggestion? Sorry, because we
Yeah,
and I think we've talked about it a lot, and again, just a suggestion, because it sounds like, there's gonna need to be some refinement on the front facade. Perhaps when we were talking about bringing the cladding to the break line and the concrete, maybe instead of doing that, you could maybe eyebrow the garage door, and maybe that would add to a balance of space. That would kind of bring down the pedestrian experience almost, to break up the levels. Maybe that won't work, but that's something I would consider exploring to kind of resolve the issue that we all seem to have with just how the massing is. And then
Can
that
you
may-
show it on an elevation so we know where?
Sure. Okay, I'm looking at page 21 of the presentation. That one's fine. Maybe above the garage door, maybe that's you add an eyebrow there, right? And that might just help break up the space and also balance out the left and right sides of the building. Again, like Scott said, I don't want to tell you what to do with the building, but just as a suggestion to.
No, we have no problem with, you're saying where that volume becomes like a box, just bring out, let's say a 2-foot overhang, like eyebrow that turns all the way around the corner?
I'm not sure if we're talking about the same thing. I'm talking about over the garage door. Maybe that's just a new eyebrow there. Were you talking about the window on the first livable floor? I don't want to, we don't have to take this by heart, but just offering another suggestion to address the issue that we're all having to just explore there.
So
Right,
I think maybe that we can move forward with some suggestions about what you and staff can work on to, do the home stretch.
You look at page 23, you can see that volume, page 23, the volume that overhangs the garage entrance.
Yeah.
You can see how it overhangs about 5 feet. You were saying to put an eyebrow at where the overhang is?
Yeah, maybe that won't work. I'm just trying to think of other ways to address the off balance and break
We
up
can
the
we can
space.
try that as far as
Yeah.
bring it out 2 feet and then turn the corner and give it an eyebrow which would kind of match the fenestration on that box window to the other side.
That may be the solve. Just an idea.
So I think what we're going to leave you with is it seems like it's something that we're going to approve this with recommendations being to look at other options, play with the placement of eyebrows, the location and extent of the tile cladding. This is all on the front facade. The corner windows, again, we don't have all the answers, but it's something to sort of work with staff to figure out the ultimate goal is to make the front elevation look less severe. Would you say that's, and with tree placement and cohesion, and to make sure that all the elements in the front facade are cohesive with one another as well as with the interior of the space. And to play with maybe add landscaping, soften it, as well as attention to the screening to make it more open and, some sort of more artistic, less utilitarian gesture. Was that everything?
The roll-up door.
So will this return to
So,
us?
that's what, if we now have to vote, do we want to approve it based on those conditions? Or do we want to continue it and see it again? Do you think
No,
that?
don't continue it.
I know, that's up for us to decide.
And that's where I'm going. I think we're going to need to continue this because I'm not totally convinced right now, and I find that it's extremely busy, the facade, and it's just not cohesive, and so I would like to see it return in the future.
Okay.
So a motion.
How would you suggest?
You know what, a motion,
we do
Gustavo,
this?
I'm going to interrupt you. A motion has been made that we now need to vote on. So Gabe made a motion. Is there a second to continue? Okay, Akil is second.
That's the September meeting?
Okay, yeah, well, we have to vote on it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Okay, yes. So can you have all of these changes made by the September 11th meeting, or would it be better for October?
No, I can do September. The only thing is I would need more clarification on how to do the changes because
So
I'm
is
still
that something that you could work on with him?
We can work with you.
Yeah, you definitely have a good sense of where we were going and what was going on. Yeah. I feel like it seems like it's just a few little tweaks can get you there. Thank you very much. And
Thank
just
you.
speak with staff.
We can reach out and meet next week and go over some of these suggestions.
Okay, sounds
Okay.
good.
Thank you.
Thank you
Okay,
very
thank
much.
I wanted to ask something, not related to this, but
Uh-huh.
I know that we're at the design review, but when these projects come like this, is infrastructure taken into consideration with like drainage and parking and all that?
The parking we address as part of our zoning review. The infrastructure drainage, that's part of the building permit process. So once the design is approved, that goes into the architectural set of plans. Once they get this approval, then they move into the building permit set where they have to do mechanical, electrical,
So
plumbing.
this is what we're doing is pre to that?
Right,
Okay.
because they don't, if the design is not approved, it doesn't make sense for them to start working on all the other things.
Okay,
And
makes sense.
yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay. So we're finished with the new application. There are some discussion items. Are you in the audience for the discussion items? For the parklets. Okay, because also it's 12:30, and Scott, you said you have to leave at 1:45?
Yeah, like 140 actually.
I wonder if we can take maybe like a 20-minute lunch break. That'll get us, and then, because I don't think those other two items are going to be that long to discuss. I mean, we don't
I don't
know
think
as
so.
much about what it is. Do you think we could do all of it before 1:45? Yeah. For, okay.
I think the sidewalk should be a real quick discussion.
Okay.
Let's
Okay.
meet him first so we can get out of here.
Okay, so yeah, should we try the parklets?
It's up to you, yeah,
Okay.
if you'd like, yes. If we're going to start with the parklets, just in your packets, what you have before you are the existing parklet guidelines in the front. Those are in effect. And then towards the end of that packet, you'll see some recommended changes for the parklet design guidelines that we'll be discussing now.
Okay.
Am I able to pull up the PowerPoint submitted?
Yep. PJ, can we pull up I think there was a PowerPoint for the parklets?
All right, pulling it up one moment here. This is item 10, parklets.
Awesome. Alrighty, so the idea here is to update the existing parklet guidelines based on kind of the lack of design elements that are currently on there. Originally, when the parklet design guidelines were made, it was more with a focus on safety and just all the elements of protection for the diners rather than so much how it looks. So the end result right now is, and you'll see here, we have a lot of parklets mainly on Washington Avenue, and they have all sorts of different looks that take away from beautification other than instead of adding it. So right now, as you can see here, a lot of them have inappropriate buffer materials made. They have all sorts of different inconsistencies with the umbrella design. Some of them have taken it upon themselves to add fans to their parklets, which is not in the guidelines. There's a lack of verbiage in there that opens that up for them. And it just overall, we're trying to get more consistency so that it beautifies City of Miami Beach. As you can see here on the left-hand side, this is on page 6 of the existing guidelines. This shows more or less what we want them to implement as part of the parklet submission. And on the right-hand side, we have more or less what Public Works asked for them when they applied as part of the outdoor dining program. So as you can see, there are more elements in the site plan because we do ask them to add water barriers and more specifications of clear passageway, wheel stops, and this doesn't necessarily translate on the existing guidelines. It's not there right now. So the idea is that the design elements will be improved. This is an example. I believe this is on Key Biscayne. This is one of the parklets that they had back then. This is 2021, I believe. But as you can see, the idea is to not make it as cluttered. It's to have an open, when someone passes by these parklets, you're able to see the frontage and it's more open to the dining experience. So As part of that, we want to make sure that the language for water barriers is added to the existing parklet guidelines. We want to restrict the fan use that the operators have taken upon themselves to add there. It just doesn't look very nice. Right now, the language of the concession agreement allows operators to add roll-down tarps, which is great when you have Ocean Drive sidewalk seating, but not so much on these parklets. So we want to restrict that and change the language of the outdoor dining so that we no longer see those roll-down tarps. Changing the overall style, specifying specific market style umbrellas will do wonders for the look. Right now we have all sorts of types of umbrellas out there, and we want to take more of a direction because we have also the existing Ocean Drive guidelines and just kind of simplify the look of these umbrellas so it's all uniform. Restricting of existing signage, and just specifically add on here on the existing location criteria of where these buffer materials should be and of what specific type. When these were made originally, especially with the water barriers, it wasn't taken into consideration FDOT requirements and transportation requirements. So we want to just make sure and add those specifications. Also to standardize planter usage, we have all sorts of lack of verbiage and all sorts of different planters added out there. Then we want to make sure, hey, you can have ABC plants and in this manner. Right now, these are some examples here of some of the enclosures that the operators have taken upon themselves to add. As you can see, because Public Works does require them to add the water barriers and transportation, they've taken upon themselves to more or less add different type of enclosures to these water barriers. Each of them have their own ideas right now of what is considered a beautification aspect. These are kind of examples of more or less what we want to standardize. As you can see in this case, they enclosed it with some type of wooden material around their seating and with an exterior screen. We want to standardize that exterior screen so that we have one uniform look. Right now we have all sorts of screens out there. Some of them don't even use it. Some of them put stickers on the water barrier. So it's also very ununiform right now. An idea submitted here is for putting a certain type of planter size on top of the existing water barriers and then enclosing them with the screens that looks all flush. It would be low height plants that can go over the existing screen, and it would have the necessary drainage and fit well with the existing idea of what's already on these guidelines. As mentioned earlier, so the umbrellas, the idea is to take the ideas from our existing Ocean Drive guidelines and restrict the type of umbrellas that they can have. In this case, we're looking more of a market profile aspect, no bigger than 9 feet 6 inches, and then to limit the color and logo size on those umbrellas out so it's not screaming at you when you walk by. Additional recommendations also, we can go with different styles of water barriers that allow for the easier placement of these planters to go on top, as you can see here. We also want to work closer with the code team to just make sure that they understand what we're trying to accomplish once this is all down. And the example here, as you can see, exposed water barriers with approved planter boxes and along limiting seating can open that look that we want to achieve here that's not currently reflected on these guidelines. Any questions?
That picture is not in Miami Beach, is it?
No, that's
Okay.
That's on Newport, Rhode Island, actually.
So what you want from us is some guidance, some approval.
Yeah, so this came about as a commission recommendation to have these updated, and we're going through the process here to make sure that these elements are clearly communicated and made sure that it can be approved in this manner.
So I have some feedback. So
Yeah.
what you presented looks cute, but it doesn't look Miami Beach at all to me. And I got to tell you, the biggest concerns I have with this is today's a perfect day to do it. Walk down Washington Avenue at about 5 o'clock. It is the hottest, most ungodly place you can ever be on the east side of Washington Avenue. On Ocean Drive, you have buildings, you have shade. On Washington Avenue, you are in, it's unusable. And so to say they can't use fans and then to put little umbrellas, I think you got to make these usable. And I'm sorry to say, but this is just not going to be usable in the afternoon dinner hours with that sun that hits Washington Avenue, especially in.
And actually, I'd like to say that the existing guidelines right now actually restrict their umbrella size to 6-foot umbrellas. So this would actually be an
Yeah,
increase.
I mean, but you know, I always go to this. The city, I was on the transportation committee for like 8 years, and the city made it impossible for anybody to pull over to deliver something. They put bump outs. So now the delivery trucks stop in the middle of the street. And now they're putting those ungodly cones. If you have something that doesn't actually serve the purpose that it's meant to serve, then it's not going to be usable for anybody. I'm not being critical. I'm just being like, we're doing this. Let's come up with a solution. I'm sure you've seen in New York City, they have literal structures around them because it gets cold there. And they're able to close plastic windows and they have a waterproof roof. I mean, I would consider maybe something like that. Washington is a very different creature than Ocean Drive.
Right.
Just from the street is not pleasant necessarily, and the sun is brutal. I mean, it's just absolutely brutal from 1 o'clock on. So that's my thing.
I mean, is this, because this says from 2021, is this what you're proposing?
This is actually, that's the original. It hasn't been changed since it came out. That's the only version we have right now.
Okay, so
If you
this
go
is
towards
what you're
the end,
proposing.
you see the recommendations. If you go pay,
Yeah, and actually that rendering on the front is not correct because now we require the water barriers, which is a solid, you will have a solid wall.
I guess that's the
As a
question,
requirement.
what is being proposed? I
You
mean,
s-
it
there's
seems
a-
like you've got just the umbrellas, and the other pictures that you've shown here, sorry, give me a sec. That,
the umbrellas, no signage treating the water barriers so that they don't look like water barriers,
Right.
ideally.
that's the screening.
The screen.
And then like the pictures that you show, like right there,
Right, so that's
Like
what's out there right now.
that is there right now. And that's the sort of enclosure that Scott is saying is important.
Yeah, I mean.
For shade.
I mean, let's
comfort.
face it, here you have terrible rainstorms and you have a brutal sun when it's not raining. So the umbrellas are cute, but they don't do anything, especially when the sun's coming from the side. They're useless.
But the problem is that aesthetically, when you have those tarps coming down and all the plastic, it starts to look like.
But do you understand, there's a middle ground between this jury-rigged thing and saying that you have cute umbrellas that are, they're worthless. I mean,
I want to get there, like, we want to find the.
Yeah,
middle
yeah,
ground.
yeah. So I think it would be interesting to me to look at the elements that do work and if anybody's done it nicely. But clearly there's a pattern of big umbrellas that give you protection from rain and sun. That's number one. And number two, I mean, figure out a way to incorporate fans because it's just not usable. So we want people to use them. We want them to be cool. And I think rather than having one specific standard, you might have 2 or 3 or 4 options so that you have a little variety that maybe somebody and truthfully, I'm thinking about this, on the west side of the street, I don't know how many cafes there are, but that's a less brutal sun environment.
Right.
Whereas on the east side of the street, you really, really need some kind of shade protection. So whether you have a structure overhead with things that roll down, so when the sun comes, you can roll them down at the worst time of day and still use them, like solar shades like we have in windows. I'm not trying to shoot it down, but I don't think that one size fits all for the west side and the east side of the streets here.
No, and this is all great feedback. Like we definitely,
Yeah.
this is the type of conversation we want to have to get to the right place.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying though? Like, because again, I've seen all these things done for safety or for aesthetics, and if people don't use them. They just built a park in Sunset Harbor, and I can't believe I didn't catch it because it's the thing I catch. They put the entrance to the park like 20 feet from where people walk from the Venetian Causeway to Sunset Harbor. Everybody wants to cut through the park, but they didn't put a walkway there. So people are climbing over boulders and they're trampling over plants because that's where it naturally goes. This is the same situation where if you don't have protection from rain that works, and protection from sun on the east side of the street, then it's not going to be usable. I mean, it's just not,
And then the area that this is allowed is Washington Avenue, but also Sunset Harbor. I think my question too is this a sort of joint Public Works Planning Department thing, is, what's the idea? Does the city want to encourage restaurants to grow out into the street? Is this feedback that you're getting from the restaurants? I know that this was a really important thing during COVID, but we've scaled back. Is that also the plan? Because I know you're now putting these things where there's parking spaces, and is that, are we doing this to encourage restaurants to have these parklets to take over the parking spaces, or not? Or I guess we need a little more context.
I don't think it's allowed. So it's a program that we have today. They have to pay money to be able to use that parking space. And if we're going to allow it to continue, we want it to be done properly. We're not looking to encourage it or discourage it. It's allowed, and they can do it now. It's just we want it done correctly.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with Scott that, first of all, I think the drawing that you had that had the water barrier with the screen, and that's definitely an upgrade. But I agree it does have to have a sensitivity to shade and rain. And I would think too that the restaurant owners are investing so much in these structures that they're going to want to be able to serve people when it's raining or when it's really hot. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, because a lot of these, especially Washington, they're such tiny spaces.
Right.
And if they put tables and there's a rainstorm, they can't put people inside. It's like, it's a washout. So, I almost would say, reach out to kids, to architecture schools or something, do a contest and say, let's have a concept for these, because they could be really cool. And I saw some really neat ones in New York that they kind of had wooden things, and I think they've dismantled a lot of them now. I don't know that, you got a good question. I didn't even ask. Are these, what are we doing with them?
Yeah.
But I think that, and neighborhoods are really different. I mean, what works on Washington Avenue is not going to be Sunset Harbor, Ocean Drive. And so I think you have to have some options, and particularly, again, roll down things so that when it's either raining or super sunny, when you're facing that way, and some kind of, shade that's waterproof. I don't think umbrellas necessarily do it, and
I think it's challenging
challenging
because
for sure,
they're on
but-
the street. The streets weren't designed
Right, yeah.
for
We
shade.
could definitely look at different concepts in addition to umbrellas or other than umbrellas to see what can work, what can also, so it could look good, it could be uniform and be useful most importantly.
I've seen other cities where as an expansion of the public parks, the vegetation creates a shade and it creates a barrier between the street and the.
Yeah, there's no room here for that.
I guess no room for that, but.
Yeah. Well, and I also think too, instead of going with lots of little umbrellas, if there was one big one, and that at least maybe the people on the edge aren't getting as much coverage, but the ones on the inside are okay,
Or some kind of not ugly frame that you could attach and detach roof and side things to, depending on the roll up, roll down. I don't know. I don't know what the solution is, and it sounds really hard, but I'm sure there's a solution.
But I also think it's valid. I mean, I know this is a project with the city. I also think it's valid to ask the question, well, why are we doing this? Do we want to see all these little, restaurants springing up on the street? Is that the look that we're going for? I mean, already these are not aesthetically pleasing to a lot of us. At least on Ocean Drive, the outdoor cafes are on the large sidewalk and it's defined versus having the street. Do we want to add more to the streetscape, or is the property itself? I would say anything to activate Washington Avenue is helpful, but in Sunset Harbor, I don't really know if encouraging restaurants to take up more of the street space and parking space is where we want to go, or is it even necessary, because there's so much empty restaurant space there to begin with, and the sidewalks in a lot of places are very wide. So I think it just sort of depends. I think it's worth it through the process to ask the big picture question.
And as of now, for example, if an applicant on Sunset Harbor wanted to, in
Right.
front of them, use the parking spaces, they are allowed to.
Right. Right, which I mean, I don't know personally, as somebody who likes to go to Sunset Harbor and I always drive, I like parking spot, you know, and I know the garage is there and I use the garage, but it's just more convenient. And the streets aren't as wide as they are on Washington Avenue. Yeah, so it's sort of, again, to Scott's point too, that it just needs to be context specific, you know, and then what happens if these start springing up in North Beach and all those, and how is that going to look and feel and function?
So we have determined that we generally do not want to have these parklets on FDOT roads because that creates a whole different layer of approvals. So we are only approving them on Washington, Sunset, 11th Street, 20th Street. I know, what's this? There's a place on 20th that has the double parklet out there, and it's in a back street, so it's not too visible. So that's kind of the idea, more or less, where we want to approve these parklets in the future.
If I can just add a couple of things, I agree with what you guys were saying. Like the no fans thing, kind of was like that was. But going back to like, I guess why you came to us for aesthetic reasons and things like that. I'm looking at the umbrella slide. I mean, I don't have a problem with valances on an umbrella. I think that adds character. Is there a specific reason why you don't want them?
Just for so you could see through from the street, you could see the frontage of the restaurant cleaner. It's just for a cleaner look. We could obviously explore it and look into maybe limiting the umbrellas, setting them to a certain size so that each covers a certain parking spot. These are all things that we can reconsider.
Yeah, and I mean, as Sarah was saying, like maybe like one giant umbrella, you know, that can act as the shade and the rain barrier, and then the valances actually help with that. But I just wanted to add that. I also, the color requirements, also, I was like, are we going a little too far here? I think, you know, solid only, I see, you know, there's like striped umbrellas. Those are very cute. I think those add character. I think just limiting the color palette into solids only is too much in my opinion. I think there's room for creativity there if the restaurant, especially like we just had a restaurant application in here and they have a kind of well-known color scheme or whatever. So if there's opportunity to allow the restaurants to kind of fit in with that, I would be in favor of that, being a little less restrictive on color and solids only. And then the last thing I'll say is if we could expand maybe on what the exterior screen potential is. Like, I think, I don't have the printout, but like just getting this is like the only thing wasn't like helpful to me. So I don't know if there's other examples of seeing like successful screens would be great. But yeah, I agree we should have better guidelines here, but those are my observations. But thank you.
I'm really glad you brought up the color scheme. That also, and I think it makes a good point of like if a restaurant has a certain brand color palette, I wonder if maybe a happy medium is to say, okay, these are our preferred colors, but you know, it's open, I don't know, to suggestion or discussion or whatever it is. I mean, like sort of like how we have here, where like if you make a really good case, it would be okay. I would shy away from white awnings just because it seems like they get so dirty so easily.
White umbrellas, I get complaints all the time. White umbrellas, Ocean Drive, and they get dirty really quick.
I mean, that also might be something to add because there were actually 2 whites on your list. That was but yeah, I agree. I think that, you know, our brand is colorful and lively, and you know, I think that's maybe up to the discretion of whether it's Public Works, whoever is reviewing it, but to say, listen, it could be.
Yeah.
You know.
I love the ideas.
Yeah, think outside the box on this one. You know, the other thing, just looking at this, it's funny, you can see the need, right? There's a couple fans in the pictures you showed, and then there's the attachment between the 2 umbrellas of something so the water doesn't drain on everything. And that's how, like, you can see what the needs are. You can see what they need to do. So the question is, how do you creatively enable that?
And then are you gonna like, what about the existing ones that maybe don't conform to these guidelines? What happens?
So the idea is, since this is all part of the outdoor dining concession program, and the current contract is 2 years, expires September 30th, 26. So the idea is to implement these changes on the next renewal of the contract, and then, if necessary, provide a buffer time for them to update these parklets during that new contract period.
And do you ever, as part of the process, and maybe being a can of worms here, do you ever talk to the restaurant owners?
Yes.
Okay,
And
about
I
they've...
get their feedback all the time to see what works for them, really. Ultimately, we're here to try to make it work best for them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. Any other comments? Oh, yeah.
Safety-wise, I don't like this at all. This came about as a result of COVID, and as a result of something happening in Barcelona, we ended up putting barriers on Lincoln Road, on the entrances. But what is to happen if somebody goes crazy here and runs over into these people and there's no safety? So that's number one. And number two, in a city that has so many parking issues, we're going to take away more parking. It just doesn't make sense. So let's give less parking and let's make it less safe for the sake of aesthetics. And that's where I'm at. So I do not like, I was pro this during COVID. We need to move on past COVID. I would like to, I just don't agree with this. I think it looks crappy. As it is now, I think safety-wise, it's a major crisis to be happen. I mean, you never know when someone goes crazy or just didn't take their meds that day, and something could happen, and we'd have no protection. And the other thing, again, is parking. Let's take more parking away from a city that has parking issues.
Good point. Yeah. Have you considered, I mean, because it is on the street, what has that discussion been?
Historically, and I think that's how the water barrier conversation came up in the first place, from the original design, is that was determined to be properly safer at the time. The idea is that this parklet program got put in part as the outdoor dining contract. So regardless of what happens right now, they are through contract September 30th, 2026. Whether we want to revamp it, remove it, or otherwise, then we'd have to explore those options. But the directive right now was to beautify them rather than remove them.
I think you bring up some really good concerns. I'm glad you said something. Keel, do you have any other comments?
It's really, what makes me concerned about it is that my spouse has an insurance agent. So it's all about insurance, and we're not protecting our people here. We're exposing them, if anything. So that's where I'm at. I mean, it doesn't mean that we can't have some barriers that are more protective, number one, or safer. But, I don't know. I see this as something in the making that could hurt us in the end.
I do have one disagreement about parking. In my opinion, the city should emphasize walkability and pedestrian experience. So this is just the idea of when you add more parking or you add more lanes to a highway, it doesn't necessarily cut down traffic. It just adds more cars and less walkability. But to emphasize the pedestrian experience and to emphasize the walkability of an area, have a uniform design, I think that's something that we championed and should be explored.
And the feedback that, the folks that operate these things, they're going to tell you that it's super necessary for their business, especially on Washington with the limited sidewalk space, that they need it.
I would listen to them first rather than someone who has a car, because I feel like we prioritize cars too much at this point. We should prioritize.
But that's our problem then. We're only, okay, yes, I understand, walkability, great, but people aren't coming. People are not coming because parking. People are not coming because there's lack of parking, and the parking that there is $20 an hour. So
that's also a problem.
We're trying to fix a problem, but we're not focusing on the real issue, which is a parking issue. You know, and then you have these trucks that block the road because they have to deliver. And yes, you know, police or other law enforcement agencies, you know, direct them in a way where they should park. But, you know, sometimes you come down Washington Avenue and what's holding the roads and the traffic are the trucks that are trying to deliver because they're in these areas where these extensions are. So, I don't know. Yes, we can beautify it, we can make it good, but we're not going to solve the problem like that.
I think we can all then start a whole long conversation about transportation and parking and everything that I'm sure that you have other important things that you need to do. Although I love those conversations, but for the sake of time and
As
our
a resident,
focus-
I understand, by the way,
Yeah.
completely.
Yeah.
I get it.
Do you feel like everybody got out of the discussion what the goals were, and that, you know, I think it's good, you know, the opinion of
Yeah, it's definitely
5 people and 5 stakeholders. So, it's good. Any other? Okay. Okay. So do we want to talk about the sidewalks too?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
So we don't have any exhibits, sorry. We don't have any exhibits for that item. The discussion item is where should the sidewalks be Miami Beach red and where should they be your standard gray concrete sidewalk? Options, historic, should they be limited to historic, thank you very much. Should they be limited to historic districts, commercial corridors, commercial districts, specific neighborhoods? That's kind of the idea for this discussion item. So just looking
Now-
for feedback.
Is there any guidelines now? Is it just sort of arbitrary, or where, you know, where like I know there's pink sidewalks in some residential neighborhoods, but there seems to be lots of different colored sidewalks in different
Yeah,
parts of
in
the
Sunset
city.
Harbor, they're not red. I don't know if we have something documented exactly where it needs to be, and I think that's part of the goal here is to create that guidance, to have that formal guidance.
And then on Washington Avenue, are they pink?
Washington Avenue, they are, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Deco District, they are.
Oh.
I don't think anybody knows, or a lot of people don't know, this goes back, Carl Fisher did this. And Carl Fisher developed Montauk in Long Island, and they have red sidewalks. And he did it in Miami Beach. And the reason, they said it could cut down on glare, and also because it was like rolling out the red carpet. It's more expensive than white, and people complain that the colors are different. As somebody who has lived here for over 30 years, I always thought it was really special, and I always loved having a conversation with people like, why do we have red sidewalks? So for me, the different colors that end up happening with the reds when they fade and whatever are not as much of an issue. I think it's fun when new sidewalk goes down and it's super red and people talk about it. And I think it's like one of the very few historic things that can't be built out or turned into a white box or whatever. And so I kind of love the idea of red sidewalks everywhere. They did it on Belle Isle. They did white sidewalks for the new development and it looks stupid. And it's sad. So I think especially, I don't know, for me, I'd go red everywhere they're not. I think Alex put a thing about changing them all at once or whatever. I wouldn't do that. I would just say when they're doing new sidewalks, I would like to see them red everywhere. But that's me, so.
When was that vote? Wasn't there a vote a number of years ago? Do you remember?
2019.
That? It was and everybody, it seemed like unanimously wanted to spend more on the red.
On the red.
I don't know.
So they cost more? That was my question.
They cost a bit
20%.
more.
That's all.
20%. It cost 20% more. And yeah, I don't remember what the vote was, but it seemed pretty strong. Like it seemed people sort of preferred it. I don't know, because I didn't even realize, having grown up here, I didn't even notice it. Like somebody was like, "Oh, why are the sidewalks red at Miami Beach?" And I was like, "Why aren't they red anywhere else?" I mean, it's so ingrained in our culture and everything. But I'm curious, for those that moved here, you know, did that strike you, or I don't know? Does that become part of our brand?
I love it too. I agree. I think it seems like it's worth the cost. I think it's very cute, and I agree that like the change in time, you kind of forget about it until you see a new sidewalk being poured, and I think that's really charming. I'm from Tampa, we don't do it, but there's like a town in St. Petersburg that does it, and they call it like the Pink Streets, and it's very iconic, and I think that it's really charming, and I'm with you, Scott, everywhere where they're pouring new sidewalks, I'm in favor of that.
Yeah, that coming from DC, they don't really have red sidewalks, but I like them personally.
I also think that they hide the dirt more.
Oh, yeah.
So, it's not like you see the mildew on it as much as you see it on a white one, for example. It stands off right away. So I'm in favor of.
I like it too. Yeah, why did this come up again?
It was referred, I believe, by the Land Use Committee. They requested that it be discussed by the land use boards.
So I would say not only do we all seem to like it, since I think the city should embrace it more. They should say, let us roll out the red carpet, the red sidewalk. Like, I think it would be a thing for people to notice and to do, and it's fun and it's lighthearted and it's iconic. I mean, again, Montauk, Carl Fisher did it. I think that's so cool, right?
No, I think it's an opportunity for another way to brand ourselves as different and as in like an arts and culture destination and something that makes us unique. And yeah, I don't know why we would, I've never really been bothered at all by the variations in color. And yeah, and I would say as both a design review board member as well as a private citizen, I think everybody really likes the red sidewalks. And it doesn't seem to matter that it's a little bit more expensive.
Okay.
It's, it's like saying, oh, let's just have regular lighthouses. I mean, lifeguard stands, like they've become like an iconic part of who we are and what people expect and what they envision. So in my opinion, the more pink, the better.
And I would like to add that as a result of having those lifeguards being individualized, there's other cities now globally that are copying those same ones. Because I just came from Alicante in Spain, and they have those identical ones that makes you feel like you're on South Beach. So they're very iconic. So if anybody could copy our, red sidewalks, more power to it.
Or even be inspired to do their own color.
Right, but
Yeah.
I think we're good with red.
Yeah.
All right.
Good. Okay. Anything else? No other comments? I will say that the agenda for September is very full, so please make sure to be here.
Yes.
There's a lot that we have to get through. And thank you very much. Was there any other announcements?
Did you want to, Scott, did you want to make a motion for a motion?
I wanted to discuss last time, we were discussing the pervious materials in an understory. And the whole reason that they were there was because it's for water management. But this house we were dealing with had a very sophisticated pump system, and what it would basically take care of where they wanted to put impervious stuff. We just found out, though, that the state is about to override the local municipalities on anything that's more strict than what the state does.
Including the
No,
pavers
anything that's
or
more
water
strict than what
management?
we had before.
Oh, than what we had before.
Like specifically for pavers?
No,
or-
anything, any
Everything.
regulation.
Everything. So basically, any lesser standards, ours would be.
So
not-
we're looking at increasing permeability. That's our goal, or improving flood management. We're at this point not allowed to become more restrictive. There's a moratorium on adopting ordinances for land development regulations that are more restrictive. So we're things we're looking at. The legislature session just ended, so we're reacting to what came out of that.
So more restrictive, but also more resiliency forward?
Just more restrictive.
Anything that restrictive in any
In
way.
any
So
way.
it's good restrictive.
Yes.
That we can't
My
restrict any
thing would,
activity.
it still would apply. What happened, we had a house that was so massive, had such a massive understory, that instead of putting pervious pavers, they wanted to put
Solid.
impervious solid concrete in one point, because they argued it's such a huge space that the tiles will, they'll sink and they'll move. So they had a system that manages the water. So since the whole purpose for me, I was willing to grant the variance, because the whole purpose of that is to deal with water.
Okay.
And because they had a system that dealt with the water, they could have paid the whole thing and it wouldn't have mattered. And since it was under the house anyway, it's not like it's exposed to sight or anything. I thought if they have another system of managing it, you know, sometimes we have rule, like, it's like the side rule of the 60 feet thing. If you have other ways to mitigate it, then let them do it another way instead of putting this thing on us. So that's what I wanted to have the discussion about. And then it was to find out if in fact the rules we had was based on the perviousness and water management, and he said it was.
Yes.
So to me, if they can come up with another solution, as i.e. watt pumps and cistern, they had a big cistern in there, in this house. So it was gonna deal with it. And
So
so
you're
I had no
saying-
problem waiving that thing.
Okay. But then how does that relate to what you were saying about them changing the laws?
We're looking at changing regulations to provide for more permeability. And that's coming as a result of a county regulation that's looking for municipalities to change their regulations to require more permeability. Not necessarily an issue for us, but there's a lot of cities where you see the front of the homes and it's 100% paved. So they're looking to, they adopt regulations that apply to all cities within the county. And so that's one of the regulations that the county would like for cities to adopt. So we're having to make some changes to our ordinance. We require a lot of permeability, but they want us to require some more. So we're analyzing if that's possible at this point.
But so then you're saying
The
that
discussion I
they would
had-
not have allowed what we
Right.
did last time,
We didn't do
allow
it.
it. Oh, we didn't. do
And
it.
it's still there, so
I think we were checking to see if.
We
that
were
was the
checking to
sole
see,
intent
yeah.
Was for stormwater.
And it
because-
was.
So that's that.
So that would be, I guess my motion would be, if they're revising this rule, if it
Right.
has to do with an understory permeability, and they have another way to mitigate it, why not build that into the ordinance?
Into the ordinance.
A cistern, for instance, like I can't, I'm not an engineer, but the cistern was above and beyond.
Mhm. So we could perhaps have a waiver that,
If they had a water
if they have a
management
water-
system, listen, guys, for what, because it was important. I was saying, if they had with the understory thing, if the unit owner had a water management system, i.e. this one had a cistern, they literally built an injection well to handle the runoff because this thing is so massive, that would work. So why would we care if the whole point of the
Right,
ordinance
if they're
is
solving the problems.
permeability?
Yeah.
So that's, I wanted to maybe throw that in the mix.
So what the board could do is have a formal discussion item, and you could make a recommendation that we would transmit to the city commission through an LTC, and perhaps.
That they would change it.
They would change, yeah.
Because and this came up when we were in the discussion, it was up for our approval.
It was a variance, and
And
it's
so it's
actually,
got it, yeah.
and it's coming back, so we probably shouldn't, we should.
Oh, talk about that. You're saying change
It's-
the regulation.
change the regulations.
As opposed to what's happening now, it's coming to us anyway.
With everything.
Yeah.
With this came up this time, but we have so many issues where the rules don't necessarily make sense when there's a way around it that everybody's using, like that sidewall thing, right? Everybody, there's a lot of ways to skin a cat or whatever they say. And so we keep having the same thing, and why should this be a variance when the whole point of it is to prevent?
It's permeability or the equivalent.
Right.
So you're trying to prevent them from coming here to, like, to give it guidance, is that what it is?
Yeah, there's just so many things that keep coming back to us that.
Unnecessarily.
Unnecessarily.
Okay, I get it.
Because if they had no other, they wouldn't have to come to us at all. And that's the kind of thing that staff should be able, to me, should deal with.
So let's discuss it then, put it on.
But we need it,
the agenda.
okay, yeah, I guess put it on.
Okay.
But not
Is everyone okay?
September, right? We don't
October?
wanna add another
October.
September. Put it on October, we'll,
September will be here the whole day.
yeah, okay, that's all. Sorry.
Okay. Anything else? Good. Okay. Well then, have a wonderful August, and we'll see
Likewise.
everybody in September.
Motion to
Thank you
adjourn.
very much.